So you got a little bit of an echo, though.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you double. I can hear me. Do you have maybe headphones or not headphones, whatever the opposite of what you have right now?
Yeah, I'm just on my phone now. I can get headphones though.
That'd probably be a little bit. It's a little better now. But yeah, anytime if you have headphones, it's better, I think.
How about now?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Thanks, Bjorn. All right, well, the Christian God is make-believe. Go.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear how you answer for morality. Where we get that? Is it subjective, objective? Is there such thing as absolute right and wrong? Or is it all based on your own opinion?
What does that have to do with the Christian God being make-believe?
Yeah, well, I think
I'm still hearing the echo. Did you get your headphones in?
No, I thought you said it got better.
I thought it did, but then once we started going, I'm hearing myself repeat here.
Okay, let me get the headphones in then.
Maybe it's not so bad. I don't. People in the chat, are you hearing me as well? I don't know, or double me, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to kind of like talk about something other than
no, I mean, it has
the background is that
I
what
believe that.
It's good. Okay, they say it's fine.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
I think so. Let's see. Yeah, I don't hear myself now. Before I was just hearing myself kind of come back.
Good. Okay, I got the headphones in now, so.
So you want to know what, in order to find out if the Christian God is make-believe, we have to figure out what my morals are?
Well, yeah, so I believe that we have objective morals based on God, and I think you also believe we have objective morals, which would prove that God exists, which is why I'm going to ask you.
Don't you think we could have objective morals without the Christian God?
No, because it would all be based on empathy.
What if like Zeus
opinion.
was the god of morals?
Well, sure, then we would still have a God of morals. Yeah, well, whether it's Zeus or the God of the Christian Bible, I would say that there has to be a God to have objective morals.
Okay.
So I'm asking you.
I don't know if I agree with that, but sure, yeah, that's fine. I don't know.
Okay, well,
I don't think I don't feel like I do.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
But I could be wrong. I'm definitely open-minded to it. But are you saying that like if I do have objective morals, then that means that the Christian, like Jesus, is God?
Yes, if objective morals exist, if we all have the same morals, right, the same moral standard, then there would have to be a standard.
And it's
which
Jesus?
Would be God.
Yeah, so make that connection. So
yeah, sure.
I don't know, it could be potatoes.
Well, yeah.
Just act as much like a potato as you can. That's the objectively moral things. That's the standard.
Here's what I'll say is, I'll say that the universe, Neptune does not care about your feelings. If you believe in evolution or any sort of scientific origin outside of the Bible, it does not give a
because it doesn't have a brain, right?
Feelings.
Like Neptune is this brainless planet. Yeah,
exactly. So let me ask you this: if I see
God has a brain,
well, yeah, we'll get to that. If I see a woman walking down my sidewalk, right, and she's pregnant, and I decide, you know what, I'm going to walk outside and I'm going to start kicking her in the stomach as hard as I can because I think that's going to be funny. Would you be willing to say that that's wrong?
I would say like, hey, I don't think you should do that. And I would try to stop you.
But you wouldn't be willing to say that that's wrong.
I guess I don't know what wrong means. Like wrong, like Neptune thinks that's wrong? Or do you mean do you mean what I should say is, hey, God thinks that's wrong?
No.
So
I'm asking you because you've said on lives that you have kids. You wouldn't tell your kid, hey, it would be wrong for you to go kick that woman in the stomach.
No, I say like we don't do that, you know.
Why?
Because I don't like it.
Well, what if
I'm open-minded. Like, look, I'm open-minded. If you want to convince me that it's good, let's talk about it.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What if your kid replies to you and says, "But Dad, I like that. That would be the greatest thing in the world to me." What would you say?
I'm in charge. I'm the boss here. If you were my dad, we'd be kicking that lady.
Okay, so once they're 18 years old, would you be willing to say, "Okay, if you think that's the greatest thing in the world, then you go right on and do that"?
No, I would say
what would you say?
I say I don't think you should do that.
Okay, so why do you not think that they should do that?
It's just a pure instinct. I'm like, am I incorrect? I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm totally open-minded, Cowhouse. If you want to try to convince me that my instincts of hurting people is like not a preferable thing to do, then by all means, like, let me know, and I'll hear you out.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So if once your kid is 18 and they say, Dad, my instinct is to go and kick her in the stomach, is one of you right and one of you is wrong, or are you both right in your own reality?
If that is his instinct and he says my instinct is this, then he was correct to say that.
Would he be correct to do that based on his instinct?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means to be correct to do something.
Would it be
like, I don't know what that means. Like, that's like saying, hey, I'm going to cross the street. Is that correct or incorrect? Or like, not even I'm going to, but like while crossing the street, is that act correct or incorrect? I don't know what that means.
Right. That's not a moral question. So if I were to ask you,
well,
Joel,
why not? Why is crossing the street good or bad?
Well, it's not relative to morals at all.
So that one's neutral.
Sure. Yeah. It's
no
completely
normal. Okay. So some things do and some things don't. Okay. And how do we know which things do and which things don't?
Well, I would say something that causes unnecessary harm is morally wrong, for example, which is based on the example I gave you. It would be unnecessary harm to go and kick a pregnant woman in the stomach unprovoked for no reason. Would you agree?
Yeah. You know what? I would even say, like, even if you don't do it, even telling her like, hey, you're going to have your baby kicked inside of you. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would even that is like scary to do. Right.
But is it wrong?
I mean, it feels wrong to me. Am I wrong or am I right? I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. If someone tells,
that's what I'm asking you. Look, Cowhouse,
well,
you came in here saying
it's wrong.
Then tell me that. So, Cowhouse, you came in here saying I don't have objective morality, and you do. You think I do. So I want you to tell me what's right and wrong. So, am I correct? Did I guess right?
No, you guessed wrong.
I said it's wrong.
Well, you said if your child decided based on instinct that they wanted to do that.
No, I said for me. I don't know what my child wants to do. I said you asked for me.
No. I told you in the hypothetical.
Ask me for me again, and let's see if I'm correct or incorrect.
Okay, Mezzo. If you walked outside and kicked a pregnant woman in the stomach, would it be right or wrong?
That feels wrong to me. Am I correct?
Okay. Yes, you would be correct.
So I don't know God, but I guessed correct. That's cool. That's interesting. My natural instincts, or maybe God gave me this. Maybe it's written on my heart.
Yeah. Well, I would say yes. Yeah.
Then why do some people want to do it?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. So if your son
that's what I'm asking you. So now we've done me a bit. So now let's ask you, why, if it's written on our heart, do some people want to do it?
Because they were created to believe that.
What?
They were created to believe that.
By God?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
God made people. So on some of our hearts, he writes, don't kick women. And on other hearts, he says, do kick women.
Yes. Yeah. God has ordained
some
evil
people to kick women. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so which ones, so are they wrong then? If God, is God in charge of the morality?
Yes. God gives us the standard for morality. Yes.
Yeah. So if he's commanding, like building people to go do something, doesn't that mean that they're doing?
Well, no. He's ordaining it. He's ordaining it. He's not commanding it.
Oh, okay. So if he said, if God said, hey, I'm going to come kick you in the pregnant belly, then since God did it, then it would be good.
Well, you just said, if God said.
No, I'm saying to you, if God himself was like, I'm going to kick pregnant women, then it would be good because it's God doing it. But since he says, don't do that, but some people do it, then they're bad for doing it. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. Something that transgresses his law, disobeys his command. Yes. Goes against his nature.
But in the Bible, sometimes God did say that.
God says to go kick a pregnant woman in the stomach.
He says, I'm going to cut your bellies open and let your like fetuses fall out.
Yeah. That's judgment. That's not commanding.
Right. So is judgment good?
For God, yes. For the Creator, yes. Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes that is good to do.
For God.
Sure. But not for people, even though he built them to do that.
For God to
But wait a minute, God's not the one who's going to do it. He's commanding humans to do it.
Sometimes in the Old Testament.
So sometimes that's the right thing to do. So we all have an objective morality that we all have written on our hearts, but it's written on our hearts differently, and sometimes things change.
No, not all of us. Not all of us have the objective morality.
Just go ahead and read. So if God's told you, hey, I need you to go cut a pregnant woman open, you would have to do it, right? Because now that's good because you're finishing God's judgment. Or would the good thing do is to deny God?
Yeah. So first of all, I believe the canon of Scripture is closed with the new covenant. So God is no longer directly communicating.
No, I mean back then, like if you lived back then, if you lived in the year, like it'd be the year 20, right? AD.
Yeah, under Old Covenant.
It's the year 20. Well, yeah, you're still in 20 AD, right?
Yeah. If
God
you're
still old.
Something.
Yeah, and God says, cow house, I need you to go slice that pregnant open. You'd be, that's great. I'm going to go do it. And you would do it?
Yeah, the same way he commanded the Israelites to go and slaughter the Amalekites.
I feel like this is where I do feel like I wouldn't do it.
Well, yeah. What you just said is what I'm trying to figure out.
My instincts there are like, I still don't think we should hurt that woman.
Why?
I don't know. It makes me feel gross.
Because what's interesting is people on TikTok, right? Atheists who seem to have the highest emotional feelings about things, right? How you treat other people, what's right and what's wrong, such as yourself, cannot even give me a basis for what is right and wrong. It all comes back to,
look,
because
obviously
my instincts.
No,
what
obviously,
if my instincts
cowhouse. So I, in all reality, what I like adhere to is going to be like holistic consequentialism. But when it comes down to it in the form that you're asking me, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's the incorrect thing. That's what I accept. That's what I'm going by right now. I didn't always, but I have like a moral like framework that I make, like that I think about, you know. But I think a lot of times when we build a moral framework, not always, but with most things, we're trying to find a moral framework that fits the things that we already feel are like right or wrong, you know? So like if I'm like looking at moral frameworks and I look at like, let's just make one up. Let's say there's one called Columbism. And in Columbism, it says, love your neighbor, don't kick pregnant women, like all the things that we've already agreed on, for the most part here. And then it said, and do chop puppies in half. I'd be like, I don't know if I like a Columbism. There's something weird about it that feels wrong to me, that framework doesn't match my values, right? So the one that matches my values closest is holistic consequentialism, because one of my values is like, yeah, I think we shouldn't hurt people. That feels like we shouldn't do that. I don't want to be hurt. I don't want to see people get hurt.
But what about someone who does want to hurt people? Yeah, if they say that's what's right, what do you say to them?
I would probably say like, that's gross. That makes me uncomfortable.
But which one of you is right?
I don't like who's correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So
if all we're saying is I think this, then we're both right.
Well, no, not think. Let me ask you this.
If there's not an objective like if Neptune doesn't care, then there isn't a right or wrong.
Right. Neptune doesn't care, but God does. So
what's the best color?
Yeah, let me give you the best example I can think of.
Or songs. I think about this with songs, Cowhouse, or art, right? So like, what's the best type of music?
Yeah, so that's once again moral neutral. Let me ask you this. This is the best example.
It's morally neutral, but God likes one type of music best.
I wouldn't say this. We have no reason to think that at all. That's not in Scripture.
So who's
just talking
correct?
Outside of Scripture.
If you say Chumbawamba and I say Radiohead, who's correct?
Yeah, well, like I said, it's morally neutral outside of Scripture, so we're talking about nothing. But let me give you the best example I can think of.
Cowhouse, stop trying to avoid this. I'm in the middle of something.
Like I said, morally neutral.
I know you want to run away from this idea, but do you hear the point that I'm making?
No, you're not making a point at all.
Then stop and listen, because this is a point. You're just missing it.
All right, go ahead.
When there isn't a correct, what do we say? Yeah, there isn't one. We say he likes Radiohead, he likes Chumbawamba, and that's just like they're kind of both right. They say, I like this more, I like this more. I could try to convince you. I could be like, look at Chumbawamba, like their music is like derivative, like they have no creativity. I could show you the like more complex stuff that Radiohead does, and I could try to say like, this is more interesting, like it has better look at the impact it made on the world. I could show you all these things, and maybe after that conversation, after that discourse, you would be like, yeah, actually, now that I hear that and I listen to it a little more, I think you're right. Radiohood is better. Like I could change you and convince you, right? I think it works the same way with morals. So if you were saying we should chop a kid in half, or a puppy in half, and I'm saying I don't think we should. Look, there's this information here that says puppies are alive and that they feel pain. You wouldn't want to feel pain. I think empathy is important. Do you like empathy? Like I would appeal to things that you have, like empathy and pain. And I would say, don't you want to like have there be less of this in the world? And if eventually you were like, oh yeah, I think you're right, then that's how I would say, okay, so before you were wrong, now you're right. I've convinced you, right?
Okay. So you could convince someone to change their morals, essentially.
I've changed mine from people convincing me, yeah.
So let me ask you this. Could Osama possibly convince you to believe that 9/11 was a great thing?
I don't know. I'd have to hear his argument. I don't think so, though.
but there is.
What's the argument? Do you have one?
Is there a possibility that Osama could convince you that 9/11 was good?
I don't know. No? I don't know what the
argument is. It's a yes or no question. It doesn't matter.
Oh, like, do you mean that
it doesn't matter what the argument is?
If he was a good rhetorically?
If he had the greatest argument ever, is there a 1%
I don't know how to answer that because I don't know if I could. I'd have to hear the argument.
Yeah, so you're absolutely running from the question when you just tried to claim.
That's an absolutely honest answer. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Non-answer. It's a non-answer.
To say I don't know.
Yeah, you just claimed that someone can convince you to change your morals, and then I gave you an example.
Absolutely, and with that one, so what's the argument?
I don't know.
I'm open-minded. What's the argument?
Yeah, the argument is, my God told me that I should kill the people in those buildings with this airplane.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't believe in God.
Okay, well, let's pretend it's an argument that is going to convince you.
Yeah, could you be convinced? If I could pretend of that argument, I would be convinced.
That's okay. So you just claimed you could be convinced that 9/11 was good. That's insane. That's insane.
Did you hear what you just strawmanned?
No, you just told me.
Wait, are you saying that you could
be convinced?
You're saying that you're saying this is how you said it, Cowhouse. If you were convinced, this is what you just asked me to imagine. If you were convinced that 9/11 was good, would you believe 9/11 was good? That's what you're asking me.
No. What I asked is if you're claiming that morals can be changed based on someone convincing you.
What's the argument? I don't think I could be convinced. Listen to my answer.
You don't want to answer the question.
I am answering. Listen close.
You're running from it.
I'm head on into it. Give me the argument, and I will hear you out.
The argument is irrelevant with the question.
It is so relevant because if there isn't an argument, then no, I can't be convinced. If there is a good argument for it, yeah, I'll be convinced.
Is there a good enough?
Is there a good argument for it?
Here's the question. Is there a
Cowhouse? I just asked you a question.
Hold on. Yes, there is.
Hold on. Okay, yes. So there's a good argument that 9/11 is good. I would love to hear that.
Yeah, let me ask you this. If there is a good enough argument, could you be convinced that 9/11 was good?
I don't know. I guess so. If the argument's good enough, what's the argument?
That's crazy.
What's the argument? But here's the important.
You
Cowhouse,
have to be willing to say that.
Cowhouse, listen. Are you telling me that if there was a convincing argument for something, you wouldn't accept it?
No, there is no argument that could convince me that.
Wait, you're not answering the question. You're doing the exact same answer I just did.
No, I will never be convinced.
I agree with you. There is no argument that could convince me. But then here's what you forced me, Cowhouse.
Let me know when it's my turn.
Okay, I will. Right now it's my turn. Okay. What you just said is, if there was an argument that convinced you, would you be convinced? Yes, I would be. I'd be brainwashed and I'd be convinced. If there was an argument that convinced you the Holocaust was good, would you think the Holocaust was good? Yes. That's a dumb question. You're asking nothing questions. You think it's this big gotcha. If you were convinced God didn't exist, would you think that God existed? You can answer that.
Yeah, so you literally just
You're dodging the question.
I didn't even get to start talking.
You're dodging the question just like you told me I was doing. You answered the same exact way I did after you whined about it.
Let me know when it's my turn.
I don't need you to have more turns. You can just stay muted. You answered the exact same way I did after whining about it. That was hilarious. I said, yeah, if at some point I was convinced 9/11 was good, then I would be convinced 9/11 was good. I don't think there is an argument that would convince me. If I thought there was an argument that would convince me, I would be convinced, like the other people are, right? Like the extremists are.
I bet you any money we could hypotheticalize Cowhouse into believing that the 9/11 could have been good if it was his God. Like that's the only way you can be convinced is by believing in a God. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and that's what he said too. That his first thing was like, well, if Osama said that his God told him that, I was like, yeah, but I don't believe in God. That's a good question, Cowhouse. If your God revealed to you that he was behind 9/11 and that it was good, then would you think it was good?
Do I get the answer to the last point?
Just say yes or no.
About? Well,
just
yeah,
say yes
I mean,
or no.
You're changing the argument, but if you want to run from it, that's fine.
It's the same question, just right back at you.
No,
I
was waiting for my turn to ask you a question.
Sure, he's actually doing the argument to convince you that it was okay.
No. I had a question.
So here's the good argument. Oh, you're running. Here's the good argument. Ready? Joel came up with this. Is great. God, Yahweh, and Jesus and the Holy Spirit just said that they are behind 9/11 and it was good. So now are you convinced?
Do I get to ask my question? I've been waiting to ask.
If you answer first.
Now you are running, Cowhouse. Just answer the question.
No, God would never say that.
So you can't be convinced even by God?
No, God would never say that. We know that.
Oh, you're dodging the question. The hypothetical is God did come to you and say that.
It's a false hypothetical.
Oh, then so was yours.
No, it's not. It's not at all.
Okay, tell me your hypothetical again.
Sure. Is there an argument that Osama bin Laden could give you that would possibly be good enough?
It's a false hypothetical. He's dead.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, you're right there. For the first time
if we're just going to be able to call false hypothetical, I don't have to answer that. I don't have to answer that because he's dead. Like, is that what you're doing?
The first time tonight, you said something true, believe it or not. So I give you that.
Oh my God.
Can I just say that, like, when these moral, you hate that guy. You got mad. You got jazzed up there, Mezzo. That was a hot first one. But like, there's,
you know what I'm mad about is how you treated your son. No, go ahead.
Okay, there's two. Like, I just came up to say this really, and then I'm going to go for a second. But there's like basically what you were already saying was that like we have a goal. That is how we come to like our moral ideas. Like there's a goal, and you have a goal, and Cowhouse has a goal. Your goal is what you decided, which is like harm reduction on some level, the consequentialism thing, the harm reduction thing. Cowhouse's goal is to please God. The problem with our two goals is harm reduction is something we can measure, whereas pleasing God is impossible to know what he wants to do, because sometimes it might be, I gotta go.
Hello, Daddy Joel. I love you very much, and I want you to come and pick me up from Uncle Mezzo's house because I love you, and I want to have a home with you again.
Okay,
please come get me.
Stop. Get out of here. He's not coming. He's not coming. It's a good point, though, Joel, other than the bad fathering, of course. Yeah, we can say why. Like, I can say, here's why I think, 9/11 was bad. And the only reason that Cal can say why it was bad is because he doesn't think God did it. That's the only reason, right? You have one moral as a Christian, which is God says. But luckily, the Christian God is make-believe. Busef, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Yeah, it's Bosef Grolin, no relationship to Joseph Stalin. I'm 39 and I'm a Christian.
Let me lift my camera up. Hold on. This might get loud. I feel like I was like drifting in and stuff like that. Okay, go ahead.
No, you look solid, bro. You look stellar. You look, clean cut, well groomed, all that fun shit. You look good.
Yeah, I was
good,
circumcised when I was a baby against my will, but it was a clean cut. Thank you for noticing. What do you think, God?
Well, I mean, that I did not notice. I think that could be actually a crime if you were to portray that on on social media, right? But I don't know.
I've drawn it out before. We've done drawings of it.
Okay. But yeah, sorry, you just asked me a question, and
Yeah, is God real?
yeah, I believe so.
Why?
I mean, there's, I think when you break it down to like the core of, taking out like the idea of a specific God pertaining to a religion, like when I look at the universe, it seems clear to me that life is more likely to come from intelligent design than random chance.
This like complex life that we see all around us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, the idea that, like us as complex of organisms or creatures as we are just came from like a random chance. Statistically, it seems like it's such a low likelihood that it's more, and not even just like us, like supposedly coming from single-celled organisms and all that, just by chance. I'm not like making the argument of evolution or creation.
If you were just like a single-celled organism looking around at like the RNA world, like early on, like there's like 4 billion years ago, you're looking at the RNA world. Do you think you'd still be like, this is insane that we're here, we're so bizarre, or would you be like, this is pretty basic, like we're not that complicated, we're not like chimpanzees and butterflies or anything, we're just like these single cells? Would that still be feel magical to you?
Well, if I was a single-celled organism, I wouldn't have the capability to
don't do false hypotheticals. Just like the point is, do you think that alone is right? Do you think that alone is interesting? Or do you think it's only because we're so complex now, we have like minds and consciousness and fingers and stuff?
Well, I mean, if the world only existed of single-celled organisms, I think that's a much easier argument to make of random chance than unintelligent design. But I agree. That's not the case that we're in, though.
I agree 100%. Yeah. I think that like life emerging naturally is like super possible. The odds go extremely, like the idea that a planet would just like spawn a human being, like I think that's really low. I don't think that that's like the case, right?
Yeah.
That would be like really, really hard to believe that happened. Just like there was just like just rocks and like dirt, and then like a guy came out. I'd be like, that I don't believe at all. But if life did start really simple and just have like proteins and lipids and nucleic acids, and they kind of like globbed together in a primordial soup type of thing, yeah, I could see life crawling out of that for sure. And then if like over billions of years it like slowly changed just from like natural selection happening, I think it is really possible we could be right where we are. Yeah, there's definitely like some key players that had to happen. Like we wouldn't be here if the comet didn't kill the dinosaurs or something like that, right? Like the world would be very different looking. But this is just where we happen to be.
Yeah. I mean, I get that perspective, and I spent like majority of my adult life as an atheist, believing that perspective. I just think that there's a higher likelihood that their intelligent design was involved.
I don't know how you're doing these. You keep bringing up like statistics and odds. What are the numbers? How are we doing these numbers of likelihood in this like scenario?
Yeah, I if you give me like 30 seconds or so, I can actually, because like I did something that like I looked at the numbers myself, right? So
like if we find another planet that has life on it and there's animals on it, not even like thinking, like our level, like where they're doing philosophy and using TikTok and being weird, but if just like there's like alien crawling, like they wouldn't be exactly mammals but kind of close to mammals, would you be like, oh yeah, then that means it's not God?
No, I mean, because that wouldn't be evidence against a creator.
Right, but it would ruin this. Like, if we started to find those around, then it'd be like, oh yeah, this is common. This just happens in the universe. It's not that big a deal, you know.
Yeah, I mean, but we have no evidence of that. So
yeah, but like you keep talking about the odds and the statistics. Like, how many exoplanets have we found and like searched for life compared to how many exoplanets there are? Do you know?
I mean, it's a high number of planets that are have similar characteristics to us.
I was just saying. So, like, outside of our solar system, do you know about how many like planets we've confirmed? There is a bunch, but do you happen to know the number?
No, and I mean, but that's also something that I would take with a grain of salt, because
there's really, really compelling evidence for it.
That there's all these planets that have the same characteristics of Earth.
Oh, I'm not even doing same characteristics. I'm just saying like just planets at all, because there could be life on other like things than Earth. Earth isn't the only thing that like they think life could happen on, right? This is one of them, but they could be different, right? There could be different types of life that prefer
carbon-based
different types
life would require like the same characteristics.
I mean, it's a good starting place to look, but we don't know if that's true, right?
Yeah.
But like just planets alone, like obviously there's, billions and billions of galaxy, which means there's trillions and trillions of planets, right? And of those, the number that we've like confirmed is less than 6,000. And of those 6,000, the one that we've like checked, how many we've checked for life and been like, okay, this one we know for sure doesn't have life, is a 0. we haven't narrowed that down yet.
I mean, look, this will be in your favor here, but like we can't actually like check for life there. Like these planets are.
We're doing that right now. We absolutely are doing that right now. We can't like ever confirm that like it for sure doesn't, but we're looking for life. That's absolutely happening. Like JWST is doing that in space right now. You know that?
Yeah.
Do you know what spectroscopy is?
I'm not familiar with it now.
It's so cool. So you take like a rainbow, right? Like a spectrum of light, and actually even beyond that, but as light comes at you, if it goes through an atmosphere and then you detect the light, it goes like some of the atoms that are in that atmosphere will collect light in different ways, right? So carbon collects different light the way like the chemicals collect light. Methane collects light in a different way. So what gets sent to you is what's left over that doesn't collect the light. So there's these codes that basically get sent out through, like when they say like we have learned that Jupiter is made of this. They're not figuring out Jupiter is made of this because they went there and got a scoop of Jupiter. They're doing spectroscopy. Right. So they and it works on Earth. They test it again and again in labs. They do makeups. And it's like, this thing fucking works. It's nuts. So they know Jupiter is made of these things. Right. And we're doing that on exoplanet atmospheres now. Our like precision of telescope is getting so amazing that the star, like the host star far, far away, light years away, is shining light, not through the whole exoplanet, but just through the thin layer of atmosphere on that planet. And it's reaching us, and we're able to say, oh, there's methane on that planet. Like that's impressive. And if there's methane,
absolutely,
which there has been, it's not 100% sure there's life, but it's definitely a byproduct of life.
Yeah. So to correct my earlier statement here, so I'm probably not as familiar with it as you, but like I understand what you call it again? Spectroscopy.
Yes. It's like a spectrum. You go
spectrosity.
Yeah. Troscopy.
Yeah, it's too many syllables for me.
Terrible word.
Yeah. Oh, that's awful.
Beautiful thing. Isaac Newton, I think, figured it out.
But yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with it. I just didn't know that that's what it was called.
Yeah. It's like, whoa. It's really, really impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, so like bringing that up in like the James Webb telescope, then, so that's an interesting thing. I'm not trying to like we can jump back to whatever. Like, this is your show, right? Like, you're running this.
The only reason I bring it up, we can get back on topic, but the only reason I bring it up is because, like, the whole point is we've, like, have not even scratched the surface of searching for life in the universe yet. It might be abundant. When we do look out in the universe, we see, the more we look, we see that there's more and more planets in the habitable zone with the right types of ingredients. We see the building blocks of life, the proteins, floating around in space on comets and asteroids. It's cruising through space. The stuff is all out there. When we look out into, like, have you ever seen like a picture of the Milky Way, or if you're lucky enough to live in a dark sky site and you can see the Milky Way, there's those dark areas. I used to think those dark areas were like less stars there, but it's not that. That dark stuff is stuff. And when we look into that stuff, it's like where stars are born, and it's full of like the stuff that makes life too. It has all those ingredients. It's like littered with it. So where stars form, the same ingredients that life needs form too. And then stars explode and blast that stuff around. It's like shitting life and explosive diarrhea all over the cosmos all the time. It's what happens. It's what the universe does. It makes this stuff. So to say that it can't come about naturally, or even that the odds are low, I think is, we're just saying it a little early. You know what I mean? Because we've really just started like dipping our toes in the water to see if it's out there.
Yeah. And I mean, there's like, I believe it's Gnostic Christians that actually, like, I'm not a Gnostic Christian, but that, believe in life in other galaxies. And it's like a deep part of, or at least, I don't know if it's a deep part, but it's a part of their religion or belief system.
But let me ask you this, Bosef.
You can call me Bo too, by the way, if it's easier for you.
Yeah, Bobo is fine.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
We haven't found life on another planet yet. We haven't seen life spawn on its own on a planet yet. So it is hard to believe those things. I get that. Have we seen God spark life out of nothingness yet? Of course not. So, like, why are we just believing that one?
Well, I mean, for me personally, there's a multitude of, like, it's not a it's not like a one instance thing, right? I guess a good point I would give to it is like like our court system, reasonable doubt, right? Like, I think it is more reasonable to believe there was intelligent design was involved than not.
I find
right? So, like, I would say beyond a reasonable doubt, I believe intelligent design was involved in life as we know it emerging.
Oh, I agree with that.
So you do believe in like intelligent design?
No, you said beyond a reasonable doubt that you believe it. I think you believe it. I just think that you're misguided. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm not sure why. Like when you look around and see things, like, I don't know what looks designed about it. I have like diarrhea sometimes. I'm good right now. Like, I'm fine right now. But sometimes I get diarrhea. What the fuck is that about? Right? Like, if you were designing life, would you add diarrhea in? I feel like I'd leave that out.
Well, I mean, generally when somebody has diarrhea, they're expelling a bad, pathogen or something they ingested. So, I would say that that's intelligent. I would say that I would actually make the argument that is an argument for intelligent design, because if it was just random,
why do you make the pathogens?
Why would you develop in this way where you ingest something that is bad for you and could potentially unalive you, and your body doesn't expel, it doesn't expel it, like the idea that, it just, randomly came up this way that, your body does expel this harmful thing you ingested. That, I feel that points more to intelligent design than it doesn't.
So you can't just dream up a better way to get rid of that, like viruses and food poisoning other than diarrhea?
Painful
diarrhea?
Yeah. So, I get where you're going with this. Or I think I know where you're going with this. It's like the idea that there can be a better existence, And I'll tell you, as a Christian, I do believe there is
not just existence, design, a better earthly design.
Yeah, and I do believe there is a better. I'm not going to say design. I'm going to say existence. It's heaven, right, where we don't have suffering
have
and all
in
that.
heaven.
I mean, the Bible doesn't specifically state that, but I'm going to. So
you're saying
assume,
God intentionally designed the universe bad?
No, we live in a existence in which we have free will, and I don't think it's possible
to have diarrhea.
Well, I'm not saying that diarrhea comes from free will. I'm saying that like most of the bad that we see, or what you would say is bad or suffering, like the majority of it, comes from the fact that free will exists.
Look, if we got diarrhea every time that we stole, that would be a really convincing argument. But like you said, it comes from other things. It comes from like food poisoning, right? Or like digestive problems. Like, is that a sin to have like Crohn's disease? Is that a sin? Why would having Crohn's disease give you?
No, I'm not saying no. I don't think having Crohn's disease is a sin, but I mean, God gives us certain commandments or rules that we should live by, and it turns out that like if we live by these rules, our lives tend to be better. I think that
Are we not supposed to like drink milk or something, or just some people the rule is if you're lactose intolerant, don't drink milk?
No, those aren't the rules that I'm.
But that milk gives me diarrhea. It's not when I sin. It's not when I blaspheme, and I fucking blaspheme. I can blaspheme all day.
Yeah.
Dry poops. But I have one glass of milk, and I'm just like a juice machine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that that's the scenario that you're in.
It's painful too. Like I get super gassy. Like I'm just in pain, hurting. And it takes like a whole day to go out. Like oat milk and soy milk stuff, I'm fine with that kind of stuff. It's just like purely dairy milk. But is that one of the rules? I haven't read the whole Bible.
That's not a rule. God doesn't say don't drink milk or anything along those lines.
Does it say that like there's a land of milk and honey? What's that?
Well, yeah, but that's just God. That is a lot of that is like when God's referring to that, it's like hyperbole or.
That's not a real. There won't really be milk there.
Well, I mean, the land is not literally made of milk and honey. It's
but I mean, like they're going to have milk there.
Well, it's portraying that that because in the time frame that you're referring to, like milk and honey were, very desirable things to have, right? Like much harder to obtain than it is now.
But this is the point, though, is that there's not a rule about whether I should or shouldn't drink milk, but I still get a consequence from it. So what does this have to do with free will?
Well, I mean, that's not specifically what I was referring to with in free will. Like, I mean, people will have certain ailments or conditions.
So the design was I designed to get diarrhea from milk? Or was it a result of free will?
No, you were designed in God's image, but we have turned away from God's image. So, like the way that I would describe that is like, we're designed in God's image, but like it's like a mirror.
So God isn't lactose intolerant, but we went away from Him. So I am lactose intolerant, but some people aren't.
I mean, I have no idea if
it doesn't seem like related to this conversation. I don't know why. I don't know why you're bringing that up. To be honest.
What did I bring up that you're misunderstanding?
We're designed in God's image. Does that have to do with why I get diarrhea?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think it does either. So why am I designed to have diarrhea? And by the way, Blessed is here to help you out.
I don't think you're designed to have diarrhea. I mean, I think in most cases, like when somebody has diarrhea, it is it's your body expelling something that is not good for you.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I was made in God's image, and then something happened where I got lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, so my point with that would be made in God's image.
Was I designed that way or not?
You were designed in God's image, but a good analogy I guess I could give for this is, you have to look at that like you're a mirror, right? So when you're facing God,
I love that song.
You are going to emulate him more, and when you turn away from him, you will not, and your life will be worse off probably.
Something that I'm doing is making me lactose intolerant because I'm going away from God's.
No, well, I mean, look, like being lactose intolerant, while it's not a great thing, like I don't understand how
there's no explanation as to why I have it under the God worldview, right? You don't have here's why God gives you diarrhea when you drink milk.
Well, I wouldn't say that that's God.
Right.
There's this
a big mystery.
So if free will exists, then everything bad that happens can't be because of God. There has to be consequences to it, right?
So, are you saying that free will is what gave me lactose intolerance? Is that what you're?
No. I mean,
then where did it come from? You keep saying it's God. No, it's not God. Then it's free will. No, it's not free will. What else is there besides God and free will? What's the third option?
God. I never said it was God.
So So when you have a free will, and you are choosing an outcome, you're the cause of that outcome, right?
Yeah, I would say that most, not all, but most suffering that happens in the world is a result of free will, not necessarily
whether it's suffering or not. Like if you have a choice between eating a pie or a cake, the outcome of you eating cake or the outcome of you eating pie is your choice, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're generally going to know the consequences, so yeah.
That's fine. Consequences aside, you create the outcome. Without God's help.
I wouldn't say that you create the outcome. I would say that you know the outcome and you know the consequence
you choose
of your decision. In many cases, yes.
Okay.
We generally as human beings know when we're making good or bad decisions, and sometimes we choose to make bad decisions because...
What do you choose, though, pie or cake? What's your preference?
I mean, honestly, I try to be pretty healthy and clean. I probably wouldn't eat either.
Okay,
it would depend on the pie and the cake.
The third option is a bunch of broccoli.
I would say 9 out of 10 times I'm going to pick the broccoli.
Okay, so the choice is broccoli. The outcome is broccoli, or the consequence is broccoli, right?
No, I mean, I would say the consequence is living a healthier life.
Well, yeah, because you ate the broccoli. So there's choice is I choose broccoli, then you eat broccoli, and then you have not got diarrhea, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you're saying when I choose milk, I get diarrhea, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're lactose intolerant and you know that drinking milk's going to happen,
the thing I didn't choose is lactose intolerance.
Yeah, you didn't choose to be lactose intolerant.
That's where did that part come from?
Well, we live in a fallen world. If you want, I do believe that there is a place that exists that you won't have the suffering you have.
So that's where it doesn't come from. It doesn't come from heaven. It doesn't come from there. Where does it come from?
Where does it come from?
You just told me where it doesn't happen. Down here, it does happen. Why?
That's kind of the question of what's the purpose of life type thing. I don't.
The reason I get lactose intolerant, the answer is what's the purpose of life? We are so done with that. Sorry, Joel. Oh, Joel. Wait, are you here? Offline. Sorry, Thomas. I'm trying to get my friend. I think you want to talk to that guy. I hung up on him. I don't know why I'm being cranky tonight.
You are in a weird mood.
These are such annoying guests.
I just got back here and I was just like, what are we talking about with lactose intolerant and diarrhea?
He said the reason that we get this asking why we get lactose intolerance is the same question as what's the meaning of life. Get the fuck out of my life. What is that?
All right, let's try to get these guys. If you guys can come up here and just try to be a little bit more reasonable and have a good conversation. Mezzo's a little bit beside himself.
It was 95 degrees in here. It's hot in my garage. Like, it's really hot. I'm like actually sweating, and I don't know how I'm going to do these lives all summer. It only gets hotter.
Big fan's noisy. But if you open the garage door in the evening, does that help?
So I did, and I got a bunch of mosquito bites.
Yeah, fucking lights.
So now I'm covered in bug spray. I do have a fan that if I put it far enough away, I think it'll be fine. Are you back? Are you hanging out?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to say hi to Thomas real quick, and I'll get my fan set up.
Hey, blessed Thomist, are you a Christian? Blessed!
Hello? Yeah.
Oh, you're there. Okay. Are you a Christian?
Hi, I'm a Christian.
Are you a Thomist? Like, is that a type of Christian?
Yeah.
What is a Thomist?
Yeah, it's just an intellectual tradition. It's an intellectual tradition following St. Thomas Aquinas on philosophical theology.
Oh, I see.
And the whole matter of
well, it turns out
the entirety of the Christian worldview. Yeah,
the Christian God is make believe, and you wouldn't know that because, as Thomas Aquinas said, you aren't going to be able to come to an understanding of truth because of your sin nature.
Hey,
so just based.
Did you tell him that God's make believe?
I did tell him that, and he's not going to get it because he's a Thomist.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe, there is no way where St. Thomas Aquinas say that. Matter of fact, he said you can come to know God with certainty through the natural reasoning.
Right.
He said that our all of our like understanding is tainted by sin, so we can never come to a real understanding of anything because we are tainted beings and sinners.
I don't know if you could like stop saying taint.
No, I hope you might be misquoting. Oh, you are quoting somebody else, but not referring to St. Thomas
Because you guys are a bunch of chodes, you guys won't be able to understand, because of your chodas, you won't be able to understand anything because you're choded.
No. What he said, I mean, we cannot come into full comprehension of God with our own natural reasoning. That's for sure. And many other things of the which requires divine revelation.
Yeah, but I think that was all make believe.
But on matters of whether God exists, he said.
Yeah, taint is. Hold on one second. So the whole point that we're saying here is that the Christian God is make believe. And then, Joel had you on a chode run there, but what do you think that it's not? You think it's like he's a real guy? Blessed?
You say who is the real guy?
Yahweh? Are you busy right now?
Yeah, he is a being.
Are you a little busy right now?
No, I'm not busy. I'm just talking to you.
There's like so much background.
I'm just trying to mute my mic when you speak, so that we can hear.
Yeah, just
there's somebody in the. There's a person
I think sometimes I try to.
Let me try this. Let me see if this is better.
Hi, can you hear me?
Is that audio better? Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, that sounds way better.
Yeah. Okay. Blessed Thomas, go ahead. This is way better.
Can I come on here as a non-religious person and just say a few things?
Are you a W Mezzo Plus subscriber?
No. Okay. Well, then kick me off.
Well,
you kick yourself off.
I
don't mind doing it. I just the rules.
No.
It's not my rule. It's just that for non-believers and stuff to come up and chat, you have to be on the second tier.
I don't believe in God, but I think saying that the Christian God is make-believe is wrong.
Oh, okay.
Because why not just let people believe what they want to believe? I don't agree with extremists. I don't agree with people shoving their religion down other people's throats.
No, what I'm doing is shoving my atheism down their throats.
Yeah, but it's wrong just the way a Christian shoving their religion down
they should shove their throats.
They should shove. Why should they shut their throats? We should just all be friends.
If they're busy saying like, I believe in God,
which is annoying.
Your fucking throat.
People should practice in their own private settings.
Wait, you're saying that people shouldn't like publicly speak their opinion on religious stuff?
I mean, they can be like, I believe in God, but I don't want somebody coming up to me and being like, you can't get an abortion because God's real. You can't fucking marry a woman because God's real.
But do you think God is real?
No.
Why not?
Well, by the way, they don't say that. They just changed the laws.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Church and state, different things.
Yeah, but how do you tell people that? Do you shove it down their throats?
No, I suppose I try not to. I don't really talk about religion because I'm not.
No, how do you tell them not to like mix church and state?
I'm not sure. Maybe I should be a politician. I'm not really sure. I thought it was always a thing that church and state was different, even though they are now.
But they don't think that. They vote intentionally to have more
wrong.
How are you going to tell them that though?
Well, now I see your point.
You got to tell people.
Now I see your point.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I get off?
I mean, if you want to, but can you do it after we disconnect you? Because I don't want to hear it.
I would say please do. Enjoy yourself.
Please do. Yeah, make a night of it.
It's later than you think.
But just not up here on the live. Ellie, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Yeah, so I'm a Christian. I'm Eli. And
hello.
Yeah, let's go.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Okay. And what do you think? This God is like totally fictionally make-believe. Am I right?
Well, actually, I did kind of want to direct your attention towards what I was doing this past week. I thought it'd be very interesting. And the reason why I haven't been live is because I actually got banned on Ian's stream.
Can I tell you, we've all been wondering, where's Eli been? Like, Joel and I have been talking off mic. We've been like, oh my God, is he okay?
I did
a
live.
know. I know.
You're not going to believe this. Nobody's going to believe this. I did a live on a sort of like a fake TikTok account that I have where I just screamed your name.
I saw that.
I was just like, Eli! Eli!
I bought something from the TikTok shop thing that he was selling. I bought like a treadmill from him while he was doing that.
Yeah, I got a lot of like TikTok shop sales, but like I was just screaming for you.
All right, can I get ones in chat if you do want to hear what Eli's been doing all week, and then two if you don't care what Eli's been doing.
Yeah, like I just
hold on before you do it. I got to ask the people because if they don't want to know it, I don't think we should do it.
Well, I would love to. I would love to say it.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you say it, mute up, and then say it on mute. And then that way you can say it and get it off your chest, but we don't have to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Get it out.
There's literally ones right there. There's ones.
Yeah, but it says the most sent is 2, though.
There's some ones there.
But see that most sent?
Squeeze it out, Eli. Squeeze it out on mute.
The most
No, but...
Do you see this number?
The twos are the most sent, and there were a lot of
I don't think so. There's a one there.
Can you do you not see the counter?
37.
There's only one
41.
Like pole there.
There are some ones, but there's like so many twos. No, it just says most sent beside it.
Look how many ones that is right there. He just sent a bunch.
That's one in a row.
That's the same. They only count. Guy. They only count when you just do. They just count one person.
See, look at that. Look at that.
It's the same guy.
Giant Slayer sent that much.
When you do a petition to like somebody in government, always send more than one. Like send them separately, because if you send one big petition, they sometimes count it as one.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Eli. I'll give you this. Joel and I will give you. We'll guess, and you can only say yes or no if it's what you've been doing, and we each get 2 guesses. No, I don't want to do that.
Wow, you're okay. Fine. You know.
We both get 2 guesses.
I'm what?
No, nothing. You're nice.
If you don't want to do it, that's fine. Come up on me, cranky, trying to disrupt my stream.
This live is unhinged today.
One's in chat if you want me to hinge back up, and 2's. What is it like? How do you rehinge?
Yeah, get rehinged. Is this going to be Eli again? I have a feeling.
There was someone else. This is what happens.
All right, we'll do the question game, Eli, or nothing. What'd you say?
Wait, do I actually get to say it or no?
You say say yes or no. We're gonna guess what you've been doing all week.
All right, fine.
You've been like going to church because Ian questioned you and you got in trouble about it, so you spent more time reading the Bible and going to church. Yes or no?
Well, can I say like have to, like yes to some of that and then no to some of that?
Yeah.
Yes and no, I guess would be.
Joel, your turn.
I destroyed Ian. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, my guess is that you joined Ian's Discord and were kind of making not like entirely aggressive, but sort of creepy comments towards some of the girls in there. But the whole point was to get Ian's attention. Yes or no?
There were some girls talking to me, so yes to that, but no to creeping on girls, so no.
Yeah, it's okay. But I think we all know the answer to that one.
What are you talking about?
When it's
different perspectives, but like we know what actually is probably going on there.
My last guess is, and then Joel gets one more. Have you been like did you go wild? Like, did you go wadwo into the woods? Like, were you just like in the log cabin, shirtless, chopping firewood, trying to like blow off steam and like rethink your life?
NA.
Not applicable.
It's spelled N-O.
NA.
Yeah.
It's
nah. He's just saying this. He's like, nah.
No. I don't know how to answer that because I reject the question. How about that?
What?
So you don't know if you were in a cabin or not?
Like I said, my memory isn't too good. I'm not an elephant.
I don't think you're actually listening. I don't.
Oh, so it wasn't NA beer he was using. You were tanked all week.
The acronym, you know the acronym NA?
Yeah, non-alcoholic.
But you were applicable.
Well, alcohol. I mean, I don't drink alcohol because alcoholism runs in the family. But
that's wise. Stay away from it.
Well, there's no need to be afraid. I'm just here to spread the good news, man. And
I'm actually, Eli, never start drinking. I don't drink. I support that. But I have one more guess. My guess is that what day is it today? It's Friday. That on Wednesday, because it's Hump Day Dump Day, you tried for the first time stand-up masturbation. You're usually a lay down guy, but this time you stood, you got into it.
Do you mean like at a like an open mic?
This conversation's sinful.
No, like he was by himself. He was.
I thought you meant he did a stand up set, and for the joke, he just masturbated in front of.
How would you even lay down and do that? I don't even get you wouldn't even have like
lay down and you
get down on your chest.
Yeah.
No, but
tuck your hand into a pillow.
Like you would only have you could only do that on like a massage table. Like that's it. Like you couldn't do it on anything else.
Oh, that's a good idea. Is that a good tip?
It's called a milking
No.
table.
No. It's just this
we
is just
should invent a BBD's table that has face down jackers that has like a built-in fleshlight like in the bottom half of it down there. So Eli, was he right? Was that it?
Hell no. Like that wasn't even close.
There's a little bit of detail. At one point you kind of like fell forward, you're so into it you kind of fell forward. You need to like steady yourself on your mom's dresser or whatever.
I didn't pass out.
No, you didn't pass out, but you just had to steady yourself.
Oh, you were wearing your mom's clothes?
No.
Yeah, underwear, and then
sinful.
just you have to steady yourself on her dresser.
Okay. Pretty sure Bible condemns.
So
that
none
kind
of us
stuff.
were close even? You mean it was worse than any of those?
You brought up some keywords. If you were to formulate some of those keywords into a sentence, you could come to a conclusion. For example, you said Ian, you said Eli, and I think you might have said cooked or gooned or destroyed.
We definitely said gooned.
Sorry?
Are you saying that you gooned to Ian?
No. Not two, but like did beat
off to Ian. Okay.
Eli, do you know I was in the live where you didn't cook Ian, and then it got ended before anything really happened?
I literally talked to 40 minutes. You can go check it on YouTube.
Yeah, everybody. Like I was there. I was listening, and I was like, "Oh, there's Eli with no good points." And
No, dude! If you go to the comment section, it'll literally say Eli's cooking. Eli's cooking. You can check the YouTube
what's
comments.
the win for you, Eli?
You got to stop posting that comment.
What's the win?
The win. Yeah.
Do you mean that Ian was like really embarrassed? Is that the win?
Yeah, he was embarrassed. He made some outlandish arguments.
So that's your win? Is you want to embarrass atheists?
I would say that
did he convert to Christianity?
The win is Ian didn't provide any good evidence to destroy Christianity, where I provided good evidence, and he couldn't debunk.
You destroyed Christianity with good evidence?
What'd you use? I got to write these down because I have
go watch
terrible arguments.
No. I said there was
Mine
no
are so
prophecy
bad.
in the Bible that wasn't fulfilled, that was time bound, and he tried to give one, and I smoked it. And then he tried to bring up rabbits chewing cud, destroyed him on that. And then we brought up transgender issues, and then he said, and hey, I don't care, whatever, live your life. However, the inconsistency in his worldview didn't lead to much credence on his side.
I don't know why we're talking about Ian. This is not his live. Did you just want to come up here and talk about Ian's live?
Well,
is that why you came up?
Well, it was going to lead to my second point. I was going to say, like, Ian's your best guy, and I just smoked him.
He's my best guy?
He's your best atheist debater, I think.
His best guy.
Joel's my best guy.
Maybe Danny's a bit better.
Ian has never been on my live.
Yeah, but like Ian's like out of the TikTok atheist realm, he's the best one, and I smote him.
Well, then he's not the best one. He sucks.
With the edge of the sword, right? So
You've never come close to like even getting close to smoking me. Like you haven't even lit me on fire or put my butt in your mouth. So you've never even come close. So the fact that you smoked Ian,
are you serious, bro?
Who's the best Christian?
Well, I would say, who's the best Christian on TikTok?
Yeah.
Inspiring Philosophy is my.
Right, can you go tell them to come here? Because I'd much rather talk to them than you. Just go get them and send them over. That'd be great. Holy shit. My best guy. Who's your best guy? Hey,
You're
Chris.
my best guy.
Thanks, Joel.
My bad. I didn't mean to be up here. Sorry.
No,
Chris?
Please stay.
What's up, Joel?
Can you be a Christian?
No.
No.
Good answer. Good. That's the right answer. That's
Nope.
right. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. No, that was really funny.
Hey, I know on your live that I missed, you celebrated your 14,000 follows, and I want to say congratulations. While we were live, I got my 13,000, so I'm still just 1,000 behind you.
Everyone follow Joel.
Nah,
if you follow me, you gotta follow. Do you know?
It's fine.
Did you hear what I was mad about though?
What's that?
I have a video out.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Yeah,
It's at 13,000 views. It should be at exactly 14,000.
It still is only at 13,000.
I don't know now. I'd have to
You
go
haven't
check.
all seen it.
Like every one of my videos should have exactly 14,000 views.
14,000.
I don't get it.
See if I can see it. You introduce this guy, and I'll see if I can see it.
David, welcome into The Christian God is Make Believe, starring Mezzo and Joel, featuring Joel Jr.
You have 14,100 follows, and the video has been seen 14,100 times.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, it's one. So everyone watched it. Thanks, guys.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry for that. Yes, thank you so much for finally catching up with that. That's actually beautiful. David, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 20 and I'm a Christian.
All right. And do you think that if someone like fathers a baby that they should drop it off on someone else's doorstep, never to return or say anything? Or do you think that would be evil?
Come on.
That'd probably be evil.
Yeah.
So this is weird. Hey, David, did you realize the Christian God is make believe at this juncture?
No.
We're not talking
good. Now
you,
Joel Jr. is turning into a Christian. Thanks a lot, Joel.
That's because he's
are you
going to
go to church?
Goddamn cat.
Maybe.
I don't like that. Get out of here.
Don't let the kid talk to the cat.
Sorry, Dave.
Yeah, it's all good. Hey, look, I'm just here to really just ask a question, really.
What's up?
So,
Just put this on hold for 2 seconds. Mezzo, imagine David asked us a question right now that just like devastated our non-Christian worldview or atheist worldview, that he was just like, can I ask you this simple question? And then we were just like, what?
I hope for
There's
that.
no answer for that.
I hope for that every day. I want there to be like heavenly afterlife where we can go to heaven and like go, hey, God, here's an idea. Stop making Harlequin babies. And he'd be like, oh, fuck. Oh, my God. I didn't even think about that. Thank you. You know what I mean? Like, that would be great. But I'm not convinced yet. Sorry, David. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Do you think a belief in just any God at all, do you think that like provides like a positive outcome for society?
Hmm.
Well, I'm not a Christian yet.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even have to be the Christian God. I'm just talking about any God in particular.
A single individual's belief in God provide a positive outcome for society? I don't know. Like, it depends on the individual, right?
Well, I think these people that you see in like religious families tend to have like better like academic outcomes and like better financial status, healthier marriages, kind of stuff like that. And I want to like know what your opinion is on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if it's that's helping, then that'd be a neat thing to find out. I'd be interested in that. I would think if that were the case, I'd be like, let's right now start a new fake religion that says science is true, respect other people no matter what their like sexuality and gender is, women are equal type of stuff. You know, like make a better one and say, I know no one's going to believe this right now, but in 1,000 years the world's going to be great because we need to like believe, and the God's name is like cooler than Jesus. You know, like his name is like you know, Mrs. Laserhawk.
I mean, if that's what's happening, if that's what's helping, then I don't see why not. Right?
If like believing in something fake helps you do better, I don't know. I don't know if there's it'd be hard to tell if there's an actual like connection there. You know what I mean?
Well, the correlation versus causation thing. I think that like in these studies, it like if you look at them, they actually say that it's often the community and other different supports that are offered through these religious groups that are the defining factor, or the, you know, whatever.
My like inclination would be, and this is my opinion, which of course is always correct. So I would just guess without evidence that in a like localized view, like a microscopic view, maybe, right? Like maybe there's a thing where it's like this individual feels it helping them, so they teach it to their kids or something like that, and believing that there's hope or something helps them, I don't know, like not be as sad as often or whatever, something like that. But on the global scale, like macroscopically, what it does is like long-term damage. Like leads people to be more gullible, more susceptible to scammeries, and like denial of science is a big problem. Denial of like vaccines, climate change, and then like of course all the like hate that comes out of it that wouldn't be there without it, towards, you know, different groups that the groups change through time that religion doesn't like, but even other religions often. But yeah, I mean, you can't just say believing in a God improves your life because the guys who flew airplanes into the Twin Towers believe in God, right? So like it's just not a clear-cut thing. I think globally right. It's probably I think maybe it's okay and we're getting by with some of it, but if we turned religion off and everyone started saying, okay, what else do we have? We have each other. I think I know that's not a possible thing to flip the switch on. There'd be a rough few years, but I think in the long run, it would be better.
Yeah. So I heard you say earlier that you, like that Christians would kind of reject most of like scientific fact or just denying things that are true. Is that kind of like the impression that you get from most Christians that come up here? Or?
Not most of it, but they reject the ones that fly in the face of their like indoctrination. They have like no problem accepting germ theory, right? That's a thing that's like, until you bring up the Jesus not washing his hands thing, then sometimes they deny that.
Well,
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. So like, yeah, normally they're kind of like, yeah, science is cool. We like science. And then like we can drive trucks. It's cool. Science. And then when anything that's like, yeah, but this science doesn't line up with the Bible, then they go, well, that one's fake, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like there's two separate Christians, right? I mean, there's Christians that believe in the evolution theory under Charles Darwin, and there's like these like young creationist believers, right? So, do you feel like most of them that you meet are like these young Earth creationists, or?
It's a mixed bag, right? Like, for sure, there's a big number of that. And then there's a lot of people that will be like, no. Like we have one today. I don't know if it was on mine or Joel's. I was like, yeah. I believe in evolution, obviously, just not like the way that science says it happens. Like they have their own evolution that they have accepted, you know, which is just
they'll separate the macro and the micro for some reason.
It wasn't even like he was saying like, I do.
He didn't say that, but that's typically
that happens a lot. Yeah. Like obviously I believe in science and natural selection, but like we also didn't come from apes. Like that's kind of part of the thing. It's like the main thing of evolution, right? So anyway, I mean not the main thing, but it's a big player in it. So yeah, I don't know, like it's a mixed bag. Like you said, there's two kinds of Christians. Joel, how many different kinds of Christians do you think there are?
As many types of different like as many Christians as there are different kinds of Christians.
Yeah, everyone kind of makes up their own thing.
But there was a young Earth creationist on my live today. They're everywhere, and you got to admit that would be a less educated person. Yep. And there's also like the people that are still hitting their kids, like corporal punishment in the home, are less educated Christian people, like religious people who don't have the education,
or kicking their kids out of this on the street for being gay.
Yeah, those like stats or studies. It's like, how is there a study that tells us that it's mainly the religious that are still hitting their kids because they're uneducated, and then but they get more education? Like, what's going on here? What's the truth? By the way, hitting kids is damaging to them.
Yeah, but so is leaving them on a doorstep. So I don't know if we really want to like hear that from you right now.
Do not make it about me.
I didn't say it was about you. This was just an aside. I forgot that was what happened.
All right, well then we can just ignore it. So David, what's your response?
Well, I would be curious. I think the response is he doesn't know probably, but David, like, you seem like a bright fella. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
Why? It's 2025. Like, what are you hanging on to?
Well, I mean, part of it has to do with like anecdotal experience. I'm not really here to kind of like dive into all that, because I know you guys don't want to hear all that, but I feel like it's just purely anecdotal.
That's it. So you've had like personal experiences with Jesus Christ that you're convinced was like Yahweh and Jesus saying, you know, this is the real thing. I mean, look, that's what we were talking about with the first guest. If that happened to me, if something convincing happened to me, maybe I would be convinced too. Like, I get it. But it takes a lot of work to be skeptical. It's like not an easy thing to do. Actually, one of my kids is naturally really skeptical. He is not buying it. Like anything you give him, he is like not believing it. But the other one you can tell him that like he's wearing a blue shirt when he's wearing a red shirt, and he'll look down and go, really? Right? Like he'll believe anything. So it depends on the person, but I don't know. I think that a lot of times people want it to be true, and so when they have a personal experience, they lean towards what they want to be the true thing to actually be true. Does that make sense? Maybe I said that backwards. I think I said it.
Yeah,
right.
no, that makes sense. I guess you're just calling to be more skeptical. I get it. I mean, there's, I do value truth in a way. So, I mean, I don't really necessarily disagree with you there. But yeah, I guess there's not really much else I really want to say. It's kind of everything I covered. Oh, you covered everything that I needed to ask. But
well, look, if you do value
David,
truth,
I would
go ahead, Joel.
Well, I was just going to say that, like, as you know, all the religions talk about personal experiences. And if you don't have any, like, good intellectual reasons to abandon or to maintain your faith, like, there's no real good reason to be a Christian or believe in God. But all you have is the personal experience piece. Like, I always wonder, like, why would God use something, and this is going to be another, like, intellectual thought experiment. Why would God use something so unreliable as personal experience that is, like, sometimes somewhat insignificant to a lot of people, sometimes just a feeling, completely inconsistent across people and whatever. And that's his chosen way, his best bet at, drawing you to him. I feel like there's a failure that's happening there. You know what I mean?
I guess so. I don't really know what you're looking for as far as, like, trying to justify the belief, right? So, if we're trying to look for, like, good standards of evidence, like, what is it exactly that you're looking for? Like, if you were trying to convince yourself that a God did exist, like, what is it exactly that you're trying to aim for?
The first step I would say is, like, is it logically possible? That'd be like step one. And so I would look at the descriptions of the God and be like, is this real? I was talking last night about my my Omni purple. This wasn't last night, 2 nights ago, about my Omni purple cat. Do you know about the Omni qualities? Is that something you're familiar with, David?
Are you talking about the omni qualities of God?
Like omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent. It just means he's in every way, right? And I was thinking about my actually I want to do the cabbage one.
Like maximally great in all senses, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if God, now one of his traits is not omni cabbage. He's not all cabbage. But if God were omnipresent and all cabbage, just hypothetically, he was like maximally cabbage and maximally everywhere. When we, like, looked around, what would we see?
Nothing but cabbage.
Yeah, it'd be Cabbage City, right? God is everywhere and God is cabbage. All we would see is fucking cabbage, man. But then we would look around and go, wait a minute. This tinfoil hat isn't cabbage. So the story doesn't add up, because there's a cabbage there. That's part of the story, but this is pencil. It's not cabbage, right? So that God doesn't exist. Maybe a God still exists, but the God as described is contradictory. There can't be an all-present, all-cabbage God, because I'm looking around and some shit ain't cabbage, right? And so what I see looking around when the God is described as all-powerful, all-good, all-knowing, and all-present is that all good is in there. But we look around and see not good, and God is everywhere. So either God is not good, like not cabbage, or not everywhere, or not existent, like that, obviously, that's all, or not either. But as described, he's a contradiction. He can't exist. What was the cereal, Gemini? The oops all, is it marshmallows? What's the oops all?
That sounds, from what's it from?
There's a cereal that, like, one of them came out and was like, oops all marshmallows, or oops all berries. It was like Captain Crunch Berry.
Oh.
Yeah. So they had one box that was like, oops all berries. That's what we should do it with Omni berries and call this the oops all berries. But cabbage is so much funnier because a cabbage world sounds really funny to me. All right. So do you get the point, David? Like, he's described as all good and all everywhere, but we look at a thing that's not good, right? My tortoise bit my toe the other day. That was bad. I didn't like that. Not good. Not God.
Yeah, I get what you're saying there. Do you think he could just be all good in a sense that there's like another realm that's all good that he exists in, and not the messed up or evil one that we live in currently, where they're just like.
But then he's not omnipresent. You got to take that one off.
All right.
Right. So there's an old thing in. I'm a man of Hollywood. I used to work in the business, and I got fired from it. Someone said, "You'll never work in this town again," and I didn't. They were correct. But when I did work in that town, there was a thing where when you pitch a show, like I did to Craig Ferguson, you pitch a show and they go, "Okay, I like this show. Let's do it." One of the next steps that the producer will come in and do is something like, "Okay, well, good, fast, cheap. Pick two." Have you ever heard of this thing before?
No.
They do it like in construction and stuff too, but it's like, okay, we're about to do a project. Good, fast, cheap, pick two. You can do it good and fast. It is not going to be cheap. You can do it good and cheap, but it's not going to be fast. You can do it fast and cheap, but it is not going to be good. Like it's just like you can only pick two, and then the other one you have to pull away from. And the problem with this super powerful omni God that has all of the omnis is he's all of them, and it doesn't make sense anymore. You can't have all three, right? Like once you're like, sure, you can be omnipresent. The universe is omnipresent. That's a thing that I think is real. The universe is omnipresence. But you can't also be all good because we see badness. So you have to remove that. If you're going to say he is all good, that's fine. But now you have to like take him out of the omnipresence like you did. You put him in a different realm. And now he's over there, and maybe he can come here sometimes. So you have to change the attributes of God, which some people do. Like, right? Like we talked to some people who are like, my version of God is different. Like we were talking about, every Christian has a different version of God. So maybe yours has to adjust a bit. Do you think God can do like illogical things? Like, can you lift a rock so heavy that he can't, or make a rock so that he can't have created it? Why did I say
with the
that word?
paradox there, I don't necessarily think he could do anything like logically impossible now.
Okay. So here's a cool question. I was thinking about this today too. Joel, I haven't even told you about this one yet.
Like, I don't really think he could do something that like kind of, I don't know. The whole situation you gave me is kind of like a paradox, right? So it's,
yeah.
If he lacks the ability to lift a rock so heavy, then, that's powerless. But if he can't create the rock that he can't lift, then he can't create all things. So like,
yeah. He can't. Yeah, it kind of like is self-defeating. He can't make a square circle. But here's the thing about, like, those are logical things, and he can't do them because they're like outside of logic. I kind of understand that. But here's a little conundrum, and I haven't tried this before. It might not make sense. But I have one coin. It's like a quarter. Now, if I have it in my pocket and there's nothing else in my pocket, there's nothing else in my hand, there's just the one coin in my pocket, can I reach in my pocket and pull out 5 coins?
Hold on, you cut out there for a second. My freaking internet just cut out. Can you,
no, it's okay. So if I have one coin, like a quarter,
yeah,
I have one quarter, and it's in my pocket, okay, and there's nothing else in my pocket and nothing else in my hands. Can I logically reach into my pocket and pull out 5 quarters? No, it defies logic because 1 does not equal 5. That's illogical, right? So can God do that? Can he do that illogical thing?
That's a good question.
He does in the story, right?
I mean, yeah, because I think
he pulls bread out of the basket, and it's his magic trick where he's triplicating them, and people have no problem going, yeah, he did that miracle. That's illogical. Can he do illogical things now? I guess he can.
Well, I mean, he could do miracles. I don't really know, like,
they are illogical. That's why they're miracles, because it breaks logic. It breaks understanding. Joel, did you hear that?
So I kind of see your point with the whole like situation where you gave me that hypothetical of him not like being able to create a rock or whatever, but also kind of being restricted to the laws of logic himself. Yeah, I don't really have much of an answer for that.
It doesn't make sense.
It's interesting because like the heavy rock thing is just like smacks you right in the face with how illogical it is. And you go, well, that's so stupid. We don't have to answer that question. Like, God can do all the logic things. But the other one that Mezzo brought up is like, well, yeah, it doesn't seem like, it seems like a magic trick, You know, it's just like if you could do that, it'd just be I only have
because
one
it's illogical.
Because it's illogical, but it still seems like I could see that happening, you know, in a magic sort of way. But it still is illogical.
You just can't like, right?
Whoa.
Whoa!
You know how I did that? I had one behind the other one.
No, you did it because you're magical.
That's illogical. Anyways, I thought about that today, and it blew my fucking mind. No, it's just like, like the point, like I hear so often be like, yeah, well, God can't do illogical things. He can only like come back to life and walk on water. That's a list of illogical things. So he can. And so he is outside of logic if he's doing those things. He can make P equal not P, right? He can square circles. That's kind of his thing. Anyway. So it's something to think about, David. I know you came up here to ask us questions, and we're railroading you with our atheism. And you know, now Sam's on the train, and we're gonna like take turns, just like riding the train on you, running the train. Do you ride? We're gonna ride the train on you.
Oh, I mean, consent. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Is that okay with you, David? No, I want to give you a chance to leave if you want to step down, because I know you didn't come up here for this, but I think it's important, since you said you value truth, that you hear out both sides of this.
He
left.
David! Oh my God.
David!
Someone please express ship this man an Oscar right now. Please.
Well, I don't. Oh, actually, I do have a.
I miss him.
I do have this, but I saved this. Do you know why I kept this? This was for every now and then I would give people you win most loudest in the debate. I used to do that, but I haven't done
most loudest.
I haven't done it in like months and months, but I kept it. So I did it like one time. Oh, I also did it when someone said I'm the best atheist. I was like, yeah, it's the second time I've gotten that, and I held it.
Is that C-3PO?
No, it's just like, oh, maybe.
Why is his face like, or you know, they or she or like, it?
Look at
why are they built like? Oh, that is a lot. That is a lot of cake.
That is not an unexpected amount. You see cake. The front, and you're like, oh yeah, it's a statue of a hello. Those cheeks are popping.
Wow, absolutely. Look at that shine.
That was installed. That's not good.
I added those later. Yeah, I got like a shitty flat-assed statue in the mail, and I had to sit here and I don't know, feed it lunch. What do you do? How do you make?
I love the implication that the flat ass is automatically shitty, so you had to get it flat ass.
It's analytically true.
Literally covered in shit.
Oh my God.
Talking about covered in shit, this diaper will not.
Oh, that's not.
Stay on this kid.
Oh my goodness! Just don't worry about it.
Sam, do you know how to change diapers?
That? Don't worry about it, Sam. Just ignore it, please.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Xander, are you?
Joel was doing. Hold on, let me just mute Joel real quick. Joel was doing children's songs today, so I brought out. He hasn't seen in a while. Joel Jr. And he's someone that
Joel
we have
Jr.
left. Oh, there he is. He's very talkative.
Yeah. Oh, Joel!
Wow, what a surprise!
He has your devilish smile.
Yes.
Okay, he also sounds like me. Can we just Xander? Are you a Christian? Can we just talk to Xander?
Oh, he was asking Xander, not you.
He's just like a magic 8-ball. Joel,
who's a magic 8-ball?
Right.
Joel Jr. He's not my son or anything. Well, he was used to own him.
Yeah,
he's a doll.
But
he's a real doll.
I'm better daddy than you.
Okay, that's rude.
Oh.
All right.
That's a weird laugh.
Oh.
Crying.
Oh,
you're so sensitive, Joel. Oh my gosh.
Xander, welcome into this totally normal live. What's your age and religion?
I'm 30 and I'm deistic.
Have you ever seen a baby talk like that?
A doll?
What does deistic mean? Like you're kind of deish?
So I believe that the universe was created, but I don't think it's something. I don't think it's something that micromanages everything. Like I don't think it's not like the Abrahamic God.
Okay. Do you think it wants to be called God? Or does it not care about that?
I don't think it matters.
Okay. As long as you don't call it God, then I'm fine with that.
Oh, I wanted to say something because you asked the question earlier, why are you lactose intolerant?
Oh, that was it to a Christian though. You would have a different answer, right? I know why I'm lactose intolerant. I was asking someone in your Christian worldview, how does lactose intolerance make sense? But you wouldn't be the right person to answer that because you're not a Christian.
Well, if I was a Christian, the way I would answer it is that.
But are you hearing me that I don't care? Is that coming across it?
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just trying to have an honest conversation.
Oh, you can lie. You're pretending to be a Christian. That's not.
Yeah, that's not honest.
I'm not. I believe there's a creator. I just have a different perspective. I don't rely on the Bible.
So tell me, as a Christian, what you would say honestly. If you were a Christian and you were being honest right now, what would you say?
So what you're describing is the imperfections in the universe. It doesn't mean that there's no intelligence or order.
I don't think a Christian would say. No, you're wrong. The Christians say it's from the fall.
People often mistake. They point out flaws, tsunamis and hurricanes.
Yeah, those are from the fall in your view. Remember the fall, when sin entered the world?
As a Christian?
Well, yeah. I mean, so the reason why I'm deistic is because when you look at the fine tuning of the universe,
I can't pretend to be a Christian for 1 minute.
It's because I don't read the Bible, so I can't. Yeah.
Then what is happening here?
I just want to have an honest conversation where I pretend to be a Christian, and then say unchristian things. Look,
I've never read the Bible. I don't know.
Be a deist. That's fine. Just don't call it God, right? That's weird. Do you call it God?
Yeah, sometimes.
No, see, I think that's a mistake. I think it's a misnomer. When Christians and the Muzzies and the Mormies and the Hindis is a thing. That's their language. That one doesn't work as well. India's language. The Booties, the Buddies, the Dowies, and the Wowies, when they say God, they're
What song is this?
Yeah, the problem with the word God is it's just a very loaded term.
Exactly. So if you use it, it's going to be confusing, right? And so now it's you've muddled the conversation. If you say, I think there's a source, I think there's some sort of uncaring creation. When you say deism, I think that's okay to just call it deism, deity maybe. I don't believe in that either. But if you just want to think there is, that's fine, I guess. I don't know. I don't have much beef with that. I think it's not true. But you're not using it to
I can
vote against gay people's rights or something, right?
Yeah, of course. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
You're trying to resist the opposite, the religious.
Yeah, I just don't think you're it just doesn't matter. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess my intention was I want to discuss the.
You want to give an argument
the logical reasons for why there could be a source.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
So, I mean, would you agree the number 1 in 10 to the power of 60 is a small number?
1 in 10 to the power of 60?
Yeah, so it's
small compared to what?
It's 0 point, and then there's 59 zeros before the 1.
I mean, it's a lot bigger than negative a million.
Yeah, so it's a very small number.
I don't know if that made sense.
If gravity was strong,
I don't want to call you out, Mezzo, because you're already in a bad mood tonight. But I think that was like a Jordan Peterson-esque answer. It was like a weird obfuscation. Like it's not even one. It's not even one.
But is a million a big number?
A million's a big number, but like
compared to a Googleplex.
But that's not how things work. You know what he's using, how he's using the term colloquially. He's like, is this number that's not even one a small number? Yes, it's a small number.
This is the odds of life existing thing.
Joel, let Mezzo be cute, okay? That's his job.
Wait, it's cute to obfuscate?
When I do it, it's kind of...
This poor deist is trying to get his point that
no, it's fine. I get it. It's entertaining. I get it.
Okay, so what do you want me to say? It is a small number?
It is a small number.
Well, that's the point. It is a small number.
Honestly,
it is a small
Xander,
number.
honestly, that's like the smallest number I've ever heard of.
You said a smaller one, but it is a very small number.
Don't obfuscate.
Yeah, so
not cute when you do it.
so then my follow-up with that is if gravity was 1 part in 10 to the power of 60 too strong or too weak, life wouldn't be possible. What? So if it was too strong...
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Well, if it was too weak, there wouldn't be any stars.
If it was that much weaker, there wouldn't be stars?
If it was that much weaker by that small amount, there would not be stars.
Do you have can you prove that? I feel like there would be stars.
No, these are physical constants that are required for...
But listen, the reason something becomes a star is because it gets enough mass, right? So if gravity was a little less, it would just need more mass in order to do... Like, some of the stars right now wouldn't be stars. Right now, some of the stars aren't stars. Like Jupiter is a failed star. It didn't get enough mass, right? So there'd just be more of those, but then there'd still be... some stars. In fact, the stars that got too massive and turned into black holes wouldn't, right? Those ones would be still stars, and then the even bigger ones than that would just become black holes. So I feel like we'd have like a pretty similar number of stars.
Yeah, but you're talking about different stages, right? But it doesn't change the fact that there's underlying principles that make the star possible at all.
Yeah, mass and gravity. And matter, right?
Well, the gravitational constant, there's also the cosmological constant.
Yeah, but I just explained why the cosmological constant doesn't have to do with star formation.
Well, if it was 1 in 10 to the power of 120.
What is the cosmological constant? What is it?
Expansion. It's the expansion of the universe. How fast it's expanding.
Because of dark energy.
What do you mean?
The dark energy is what causes the expansion of the universe. That's how we account. That's how we account for the expansion. So we're saying that cosmologically, it's constantly expanding at the same rate, right?
My point is, these constants are so fragile. If they were just slightly different, none of life would be possible.
So if we learned, and this would be impossible, but like if we learned that like there was good evidence that the rate of expansion was like in flux, right? Like dark energy was like actually evolving, like it was changing over time, then that would mean that the universe couldn't exist.
Say that again.
If we learned, like, we couldn't learn this because if it were true, we couldn't exist, I guess. But like, if we somehow learned that, like, the expansion rate was in flux, like it was changing and evolving over time, like getting faster and slower, just changing for whatever reason, then the universe couldn't exist because it has to be constant.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, well, there's a like pretty recent study where we found out that that's what's happening. From the DESI, the DESI instrument
it wouldn't be. Well, then it wouldn't be a constant if that's the case.
Right. There isn't. It's looking like there might not be a constant. There might be a fluctuation, and yet here we are.
It doesn't sound like it's reached a consensus yet. And the thing is, that's just one constant. There's
Xander.
30,
once it reaches the
constants.
once it reaches the consensus that the universe we have has particular laws of nature, but that doesn't mean that every universe would. That this is just the way this one sussed out, or something like that. Would you stop believing in a deist God?
Say that again.
If you learned that your preconceived notions of how constants work, it was not true, would you stop believing in God?
Like, if we have other examples of other universes that were different?
No, if this universe were different, if it didn't have a cosmological constant, but it's actually like, seems like it's changing over time, then that would mean there's not a constant, and yet the universe still exists. So that would kind of like debunk your idea that this has to be designed in some constant way, right?
Well, my belief in intelligence behind the universe isn't based only on fine tuning.
Okay, so I don't know why we're talking about that, but I will just let you know that the dark energy spectroscopic instrument DESI, the new results from it that came in earlier this year are showing. This is researchers from Harvard suggest that dark energy, widely thought to be a cosmological constant, might be weakening over time, suggesting the standard model of how the universe works may need an update. What this is pointing at is that we're probably going to have a big crunch, right? Like originally we thought it won't crunch down because it's expanding at some extra rate, and we used dark energy to explain that expansion. If that energy is evolving and changing over time, and especially if it's weakening, then it means eventually it will rescind back to a smaller point, and then blow out again, and we would see a oscillating universe in an inny and an outy, kind of like a throbbing universe. Whoa.
Yeah, it's kind of like analogous to like a heart.
What a great name for a dick. The throbbing universe. That's a great name.
Someone should get that tattooed on their scrotum.
Oh yeah.
During intercourse, you go, "I'm an innie, and now I'm an outie, and now I'm an innie, and now I'm an outie."
And yeah, maybe or down the scrot or just like down the vein. Yeah. Oh, that is a good. That's
down
a good
this
vein.
one vein. Ooh, down the vein.
I feel like that'd be
that's
a
a
bad.
good band name.
Okay, add.
So I mean,
down the vein,
the constant might be dynamic.
Down the vein.
And
it doesn't disprove fine tuning.
Throbbing universe. Okay, those are in the Discord. Good.
Fantastic.
Okay, so anyways, Xander, I would look into that. I think it's really interesting. This instrument discovery. It's not at 5 sigma. Do you know about the sigma thing? Do you know about that?
What sigma thing?
Like how they determine like the certainty of evidence. It's like once it hits 5 sigma, they're like, this is 100% certain. Basically, it's like 99.9999%. Right now, this is at like 3 sigma, which I think means it's only like 99.9% likely to be true. So yeah, could be wrong, but I mean this is like that's pretty high in my like to my standard. Scientists are nitpicky lice heads, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean I'll look into it, but even if the constant might be dynamic, it doesn't disprove fine tuning.
Right. It just wouldn't be a constant. You'd have to call it a fluctuant. A lubricant?
Well, it just reinforces the idea that the universe operates under precise behavior.
Yeah, or maybe just naturally changes to its...
Because even if it's changing, it's not random.
Source? Like...
Yeah, proof of that.
What do you... Like, you have so much knowledge about the inner workings of the universe for someone who's, like, not heard about this study. Like, are you just making these things up, or how are you learning about these things?
I'm just self-taught.
Okay, yeah. All right, cool. Well, teach yourself some other stuff, and then come on back another time. All right. If you ever become a Christian, please come back. And if you become an atheist, come back even harder, because that's what we do. We come back hard. Psych's going to be our next guest, but fuck, I think it's the top of the hour.
I guess it is. It's
Wait,
2.
I'm not ready at all. My looper has all these other things on it.
Oh fuck.
Hold on.
Well, I'm just going to do some self-education. Let me just look at the back of my hands for 20 minutes and think.
Anything there?
What are your knuckles telling you, Joel?
They're like beautiful. Like the thing is that like my grandpa had really bad arthritis, and so he had like these wild knuckles, you know, the big thick ones.
Yeah.
Oh, it is the top of the hour, folks. That's right, 2:24 a.m. in the morning. We're here with Mezzo doing some Mezzo debates, subsidiary of BBD. That's right, it's me, JRB, with Sam. Hanging out. We got Psych in the hot seat. Take it away, man. Hey. Yeah.
Damn, he's actually
That's my fucking shit right there. You know it's gonna come down nice and slow when you drop that bass and you drop that tone, because you just got to get going on to the next guest. Who's it going to be? Psych? Oh, hell yes. Psych, what do you think? The Christian God, is it make-believe or is it real?
Make believe, because I don't believe in the Trinity, but I believe in God.
Why?
I don't believe in the Trinity, no. But I think
Are you a deist? Another deist?
No, I'm not a deist. I'm a Muslim.
Oh, one of those.
I'm a Shia Irfani Muslim, so I'm like a mystic and a philosopher. Yeah.
Shit, it's a Muslim. That's what we should say when you guys show up.
Well, it's a branch of Shias that.
So you agree with the background?
Believers, oh yeah, I agree with the background. Yeah.
Yeah, and you agree with like the Prophet Muhammad?
Yeah.
And you agree with like Allah gave him dreams to figure out what was real?
I don't know.
That's what he said. That's what the Prophet said.
I think it's called Revelation.
Yeah, there were some dreams.
Yeah, sure. But my argument was that I thought I was here to like prove God or something.
So, like, do you think it's okay for us to call Muslims muzzies?
I don't really care, to be honest.
Okay.
But other Muslims might get offended. Me
Why?
personally, I'm very chill.
It's kind of a cute name, kind of a cute word.
I think it's adorable.
It depends on who you ask. Like some
Unless
Muslims,
it's dead ass a slur. Is it dead ass a slur or no?
I don't think it's
maybe
It's too
actually,
cute to be a slur.
I need to look it up. I'll need to look it up.
Okay.
This is a good question, though. Like, can there be religious slurs? Like, can people?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Like religions based on their religion? Is there one?
I'm seeing.
I mean, if someone gets offended, then they just get offended, I guess. Like, I can't.
I guess
It's
if it was like
surname. I'm looking it up. Trying to find
Have you guys like heard about like the contingency argument?
Hold on, we're trying to look up the Muzzy thing.
All right, no worries.
Now,
Like, what if-
Muzzy,
like, what's
plural
that over there
Muzzies,
that they-
slang offensive for a Muslim.
Oh, is it?
Damn.
It was hard.
Well, I
It was
don't-
like the 9th thing down. I've never heard that before.
All right.
No.
Well,
I don't get offended, but you guys can use it. So.
All right. Well, here's a quote from the Prophet that said, "You have been shown to me twice in my dream." See?
Yeah.
Dreams. I saw you pictured on a piece of silk, and someone said to me, "This is your wife." When I uncovered the picture, I saw it was yours, and I said, "If this is from Allah, it will be done." So he's saying he had a dream about his wife that he married, and dreamed about her as a gift. It was like from Allah said to marry her. So yeah, he had dreams too.
What's the what is like the source that you're referring from?
This is in like one of the hadiths. Hadith
I don't.
3895. You don't believe the hadiths?
Yeah, I don't take.
Oh, so you don't trust all of the stuff that Prophet Muhammad said, just some of it?
No, I just don't take the Sunni hadiths because I'm a Shia. There's a different sect.
Oh, you guys don't believe? So you just believe in only the Quran?
No, we believe in the Quran and we have our own hadiths. So like it's a different sect basically, like a different
I don't know which one. This is Sahih Bukhari.
Yeah. I don't subscribe to that book.
Oh, okay. So I have Bukhari.
That book says a lot of
Abu
bullshit.
Dawood. What about the Abu Dawood?
Yeah, for a Shia source, you can look up like Al-Kafi.
Well, I only know some of these. Hold on.
Or you can make an argument.
Is Abu Dawood one that you believe in or not?
No. These are all.
Okay, I got a few more. I just got to ask you. The Ibn Majah?
Never heard of the guy.
Okay. What's this one from? I can't read what this one says. Sahih Muslim.
Yeah, no.
Well, hold on, Mezzo. You were reading that hadith that was written by Muhammad?
Yeah.
No.
Well, he doesn't think so, but they thought so, yeah. And there's another Bukhari. Okay.
Well, no. The book itself is written by an author, and like he has like a chain of narrators. Muhammad actually, the Prophet Muhammad, according to Sunnis,
he says it.
Never wrote anything. No. According to
Sunan Abu Dawood. That's the last one I got.
Yeah. Also, just look up like Shia hadith if you want.
No, I just have a few that I have here, and I was just seeing if there were.
Yeah. No. You probably have like all Sunni hadiths because like those are the most popular sect of Muslims.
Yeah. These are terrible, so that's good.
I'd agree.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to say that God is contingent or something?
Oh no, I just wanted to make like the contingency argument.
I can't wait.
So would you agree that everything in the universe is contingent?
I don't know.
Well, everything in the universe would be dependent in some sense, right? So a tree would be dependent on a seed. I'm just giving you an example.
if you can list everything in the universe, and each one I'll be like, yeah, that's dependent, then I will agree to that. So let's start with tree. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So like the whole universe, right? If you think about it, right? Everything in the universe, right? Whether it's something, right? One thing would be dependent upon something else, right?
You think like you think just like energy is dependent upon, like to exist is dependent upon
like energy would be dependent upon like the universe itself, right? The universe would
What's the universe dependent on?
Yeah, well that's the answer.
Yeah, so I don't think everything I don't think it's all contingent then. I don't think the universe itself is contingent. Like time?
Yes.
What about time?
No, yeah. So the universe, right? And even if you want to say multiverse, that's fine, right? So everything that we know of, so everything we know of would be contingent, right? And an infinite chain.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I don't think that's true.
Oh.
Or I'm unconvinced. I mean, you've listed
Can you
8
give
things.
Can you give me something that's like non-contingent?
Yeah, I don't think time is.
Time is non-contingent.
I think it just seems like it just happens on its own.
Well, time is a concept. It's not really a tangible thing, is it?
Oh, you're only talking about tangible things?
Yeah. Sure.
You sure?
Because concepts are actually like you can't like actually grasp them, right? You can actually feel them or like see them. Right?
So you don't think logic is contingent in any way?
Yeah, logic wouldn't be contingent, no, because logic will exist as a thing no matter like it always exists, right?
Or like potentiality?
Yeah, all these like concepts, right, and things as such, right, with logic and stuff, right, they would always exist, right? So it only depends when the person discovers them. But
so then I guess I don't think everything is contingent then.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like the laws of logic or like things.
Yeah, but I don't
time,
think
right?
matter is, right? Like I just think
Well, matter is
matter and energy are just like always been.
What? No, matter is contingent. What?
It seems to me like matter and energy have always existed.
Yeah, but even if you say they've always existed, right? They would be contingent on something, right? The whole universe itself would be contingent, right? And even if you want to say multiverse, right?
I mean, that's a thing to
anything-
say, but I don't know like what you mean or how you're proving that, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get to the point where I'm trying to say like an infinite list of contingencies is basically impossible, right? Because you cannot have an
Yeah,
infinite
well, I don't
regress.
accept that, so that's good. But I don't accept an impossible thing. Keep going.
Yeah, so
Do
an
you
infinite
accept an
regress-
impossible thing?
No.
Okay,
So-
good. So we're on the same page there. Neither of us think that everything is contingent.
Yeah, so an infinite regress or an infinite list of contingencies, right, is not a possibility, right? I can give
Well,
you
if
an
time,
analogy.
if time
right?
went back forever, it sure would be, yeah.
No. Time cannot go back forever because, like, let me give you an
Why not?
example, right?
What's the
let me
earliest
give-
time?
Yeah, like that would be like the Big Bang, but like, let me give you an example.
What was before the Big Bang?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, so what was the first time?
The first time would just be creation itself, like
When was
everything
that,
getting
though?
created. That would
Like
be
that's
the
at point
pre-
zero? Zero,
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
clock. Okay.
point-
And so
sure,
before that,
sure,
there
you can say
wasn't
that.
anything before that?
Sure, you can say that.
Not even God?
Yeah, the God would be the necessary existence that everything else depends upon.
Right, but he can't go from like not having time to having time. If he's before time, before is a time word, buddy.
He creates like all these things. They always exist in God's nature, like in essence, right?
Oh, so time
God, we
always
would say-
existed?
yeah, time and all these things exist.
That's what I just
like-
said, and you said that was impossible. You said you don't believe in
No,
possible
no.
things. You're twisting me up in pretzels.
Okay, let me just like explain myself. So basically what I meant to say, right, is everything in the universe, right, would be contingent, and an infinite regress of contingencies cannot happen, right? So therefore we need a non-contingent thing, right, for everything contingent to depend upon, right, the non-contingent independent existence, right? So now you can call this necessary existence, God, whatever you want. It doesn't matter. So
Let's call it
we know that-
potatoes, and just for fun.
That's fine.
Now I believe that potatoes is not contingent, and everything else is. You did a like riveting convincing of that thing that didn't make any sense, and now we all believe that. Joel, are you on board with pretending to believe that?
Sure, I'll pretend anything almost at this point.
Sam's gone. You probably just blew her mind. She's over there like potatoes.
I've been summoned. I heard potatoes.
So potato is the one necessary thing. We're just naming it potatoes. So now show that potatoes can like read our mind.
So the necessary existence or the potatoes, we use it co-referentially, I guess. So I'll just use potatoes. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So the potatoes.
What's potatoes like? Tell me about potatoes.
Yeah, so potatoes will need to have properties, right? Because it exists outside of time.
But
and
it can't
space
have
and all these
properties before unless it's tangible. Is it tangible?
No, not necessarily. So
How can
concepts
something
have
untangible have properties?
Does time not have properties? Time is not tangible. It has properties.
I thought you said time counted as a tangible because time started.
No. I never said time was tangible.
Oh, time is just a concept? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, time doesn't have properties, or it does?
Time does have properties. Like everything has properties.
Okay.
Like the essence of something, right? Everything has an essence. Right?
What's the essence of time?
Just the way it works, right? Like if you believe in the A theory or the B theory of
That's
time.
just concepts. That's just descriptions, not a property. Like that's just like what it. You mean just what it does?
Would just, yeah, like what it does.
Okay, what does God does?
So God would have properties. Such
I'm sorry,
as,
potatoes. We don't think it's God.
Yeah,
It's just potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes. Yeah, that's fine.
Does is
would have-
potatoes telepathic?
No. Potatoes would have.
Because I would be like, I don't
unchanging-
believe this shit for a second. If potatoes is telepathic, this sounds made up.
So potatoes would be a non-tangible necessary existence, right? That
Yeah, it's
everything
just like a
else
force
is
of nature,
depending
kind of, right?
upon. Right, right. But it would have these properties such as like all powerfulness and all knowingness.
Why would it need all powerfulness?
Because creation exists and we know stuff. Yes, we know this for sure.
Hold on, those are two different things. But is all powerfulness required to be a necessary being? Couldn't you just be a little like just powerful enough to start a spark and then that like spirals out like a butterfly flaps its wings?
That wouldn't be the end goal, right?
Why
so
not?
that wouldn't
The
be
end
the
goal.
Okay, so the non-contingent thing, right? If it's not all powerful,
it could be the
would
weakest thing
contingent
ever.
upon- It could be contingent. So if it's not all powerful, it would be contingent upon a more powerful thing.
Why?
Do you agree?
Why does something need ultimate power to be necessary?
Because if it doesn't have all power, right, it would be contingent. Do you not get it?
You're just stating the claim again, but I'm make an argument for that.
Yeah, so something that doesn't have like all power, right, or something that's like less powerful, right, would have something over it, right? Something that's more powerful, right?
Why do you not if there's nothing else that exists?
You can just say that it's maximally powerful, but
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be
maximally,
all
yeah,
powerful.
It only has to have a minimum. It can be minimally powerful. It can be the most minimal power thing to start the universe, and then it fades out of existence, and the universe is going right.
Oh, you're saying that like this
why would it-
necessary thing. Hold on, you're saying this necessary thing comes to be. It's less powerful than you are now, but at the
Well, why
time
would
it was just powerful enough to start the universe.
It's the most
Why
powerful
would it-
thing that exists at the time because it's the only thing that exists because it's before time, right?
Yeah, but it
But
creates
that doesn't
everything,
mean
so
that
we
it
know
has
it
infinite
power. Whereas
No, but that's the thing, Psych. You guys are thinking about creation differently. You think he like poofed everything that we know into existence. Mezzo's saying that he kind of like, or it sort of like started off the chain.
Yeah, you're imagining
the
that the
first
Big
domino.
Bang is God going like, Dogen, like the super strong thing. And I'm saying it could have been a gnat that went, and you're like, we don't know. You're just restating your claim.
That's fine, but it would still require the power to create the whole universe. Would you not
How much
agree?
power does it take to start a universe?
Well, we know the universal energies are very, very high, right? Like things like the sun. If you just look at the sun, right?
Yeah. How
You know
much
how
energy
powerful
does it
is.
take to start a universe? Is the question.
Yeah, I have no idea, but that would be like a
Okay,
max.
so then your claim is kind of like
power, right?
wild, right?
I can look it up, but it would be like
let's see.
it would be in the millions or the billions, right?
I'm gonna look it up, Joel. You can chat. I'm gonna look up how much
energy.
I know how to fucking spell it, dude. Joel.
This God, hold on. This God character, he also could be using like a type of supernatural magic type of thing. So he doesn't have to be like physically strong or be able to do literally everything, but he just needs to be able to do some sort of magical supernatural alchemy in order to get like energy moving.
I wouldn't believe God is physical, because if God's physical, then it would be contingent again, because he's
so
material,
it's just like
right?
this
And material is
magic
contingent.
thing, this like naturally occurring phenomenon that's magic that can just sort of like poof certain things into existence, but doesn't have to be like every conception of all powerful. It just has
I
to
just
be
want to
like,
make sure. Is it magic?
yeah, it's like this magical poofy thing.
It's like magic.
Just, yeah, like just can
Right.
supernaturally just poof things magically into existence or whatever.
That's fine, but we would still
My
get to
kids
the
love
necessary
this trip.
existence, right?
All right, here's what it says. I don't know if this is true. This is just like the first article I could find on it is from newscientist.com. Coming out of Sydney, it may sound incredible, but many scientists believe that the total energy of the universe is zero. Hence, no energy needed to be created when the universe came into existence.
Yeah.
What kind of bullshit is that?
No, it
No,
says
I think the
because
bullshit was
total
that you just said
energy-
yeah to that.
No, yeah, because the total energy
You agree
of
with
the
this?
universe.
This thing
yeah,
that just
I'm
ruined
reading
your
it.
point?
No, it doesn't ruin my point. How does it ruin my point?
While it seems obvious that there's a huge amount of energy in the particles and radiation that pervade the universe, the energy may be balanced by negative energy caused by the gravitational attraction between the particles. Okay, so if correct, there was never any need to create energy or matter. They cancel each other out. That implies the Big Bang could have started as a simple statistical fluctuation. This is a true thing. I've heard about this recently too, that there are some theories that, like teeny tiny quantum level fluctuations could be responsible for the entire Big Bang, right? Which is to say that if true, and we don't know, this might not be true. This is like very early on in knowing. But if true, then you don't need to be ultimately maximally powerful to start a universe. You just need to be quantum powerful. Someone asked, "Is anybody modding?" I don't know. Is there something weird going on in chat?
Yeah, I can just jump into the fine tuning argument then.
Yeah, hold on a second. Well, okay, so we're going to concede this one.
No, well, I'm not conceding that because I don't think I'm explaining it well enough.
But did I explain it well? Maximal energy is not required to start the universe, or maybe it is, but we don't know.
Yeah, it would be because we know that the sun, right, has this energy, right, and then where does this energy come from, right?
Yeah, so gravity, right?
Yeah, gravity, right? It has a constant, right? Well, what's the constant? I think it's like 6 times something. 10 to the power of something. I forgot.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. So you're saying that constant.
These constants, right? They come from a necessary existence because
there's that claim again. There's that claim again.
Yeah.
You can just keep saying it again and again, but like, I don't know if it's getting us anywhere. Sam, Joel, do you guys have anything else to say on this before he wants to pivot to something else?
No.
Sam, is potatoes? That worked.
Potatoes, yeah.
It's like I feel like you were cooked on the one thing. Why do you want to get cooked on another thing?
I wanted to talk about how the potato designed everything.
I'm explaining it well enough. So like,
I agree. You explained it very poorly, which is why it was very easily debunked. But go on to the. Wait, there is a thing going on with mods. Who needs mods?
So the premise one, right? Everything.
Oh, someone says I look like a lesbian stud.
Oh shit! Damn. You kind of do.
Well, no, I mean, to be a stud, you have to be black, and you're not that. Now, lesbian, on the other hand,
I think it was a compliment. The person has rainbow flags in their username.
It
okay,
is
so it was an observation.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh, there's a slavery apologist. Here's someone else. I agree slavery isn't that bad, and I think, oh yeah, this one. Oh, okay, I think someone got them, though. Okay.
Is that in the BBD?
Yeah, in Livesies. I was just checking because someone was saying, is there a mod? But yeah, if that person is still here, yeah, Joel's the mod. He's kind of slacking off.
My eyes were closed.
Oh. Are you asleep?
I'm awake, like I'm listening.
I'm getting tired too, but it's also because it's the same tired arguments, guys. All right, so what do you want to do about design here?
No, I don't want to go. I want to stick to the topic. I think I'm just explaining poorly. Let me try again. So, like, everything, right, that exists, right, is contingent.
Mm-hmm. We believe, we all accepted that.
Yeah, so premise 2 would be, so since everything is contingent, there cannot be an infinite regress of contingencies, yes?
I disagree. I think that's totally fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you give an explanation to why you would disagree that infinite regress?
Because of premise 1, I accepted that everything is contingent. So
yeah,
if you're going to say something isn't contingent, then I have to deny premise 1.
No, no, my point is, how is the infinite regress possible?
Because everything is contingent.
It has to be, right? Do you think
everything
time,
that we know of?
Psych,
right,
do you think time is going to go forever in the future?
Time?
Yeah.
No, I feel like everything will have an eventual end.
Like, do you think time is going to stop?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but The time could end, yeah, in a sense.
What would happen? Everything would go away except God would
Everything
just exist.
just
So
yeah.
like, you don't
the
get to
only
go to
non-
heaven for eternity because time
It
stops.
it could just be that the non-contingent thing exists by itself, and just like before the creation of everything else, right?
What? So
it would
you
just
don't
be like
get to go to
before.
heaven for eternity?
No, I would, but I'm just saying in a
But
scenario that you're
eternity
putting me
ends in your view, right?
I'm answering the scenario you're putting me in. I'm
Right.
answering
And
your
the
question.
scenario is
I
you're
don't
in
agree with
heaven.
it.
You're in heaven, and then time
Okay.
stops. Do you?
I don't think that happens.
Oh, so time keeps going. Okay, good. Okay. So
And
time goes has an
That would
infinite.
be more like a metaphysical realm, so I don't know how I would explain that, because I don't believe it would be a physical realm.
Because it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but in your view,
Yeah.
it seems like you have an infinite progression, right?
An infinite regress, basically, like an infinite list of contingencies doesn't exist.
What's the like contradiction? What does that mean? What
if
am I missing here?
Okay, so let me just explain it. So, like, if I have Shakespeare, right, and I'm supposed to read Shakespeare, right,
Okay.
and in front of the Shakespeare, I have an infinite amount of books. I will never reach the point that I would read Shakespeare. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically, if everything is contingent, right, I would never reach anything existing, right? Because existence wouldn't
Why?
exist.
Because you'd be doing all these other things. You mean?
Yeah, because everything would be dependent, right?
That's
and
what
nothing would
That's
exist.
exactly what I'm saying, right? So you're saying that like we'll never get to the end of time because we're doing things right now. We're reading the other books right now, and the end is the final task of Shakespeare, right?
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But like, I'm not talking about time right now. I'm talking about like just the contingencies, right? So the universe itself, right? The existence.
Right. But the only reason that you couldn't have everything be contingent is because time, in your view, starts. But I think time goes back forever. So, like, what's the problem?
That's fine, even if you say that time, but time is just a concept, right? I'm not even talking about time.
I don't. I think like there's an infinite regression of events.
An infinite regression of time.
Events.
Events.
States. Events. Whatever you want to call it.
States. So an infinite regress of events would be like how? Can you explain?
Yeah. There was no
Give
earliest
like
event.
There was no earliest event. So like that would be like the B theory of time.
No, it's just like the same thing you think of God. I just think that it was like that for the universe.
So the universe would be the God itself.
It's not a God because it doesn't have a mind. Like it's not one huge mind, but it's just, it goes back forever. It goes back since as far back as anything could, and it never stops. Just like God. Like God, if in your view, in God's like timelessness, he never could have like made the universe. He never would have been able to get to the moment where he makes the universe because he exists infinitely backwards in time, right?
No. So
reading Shakespeare is God making the universe.
No.
How long how long did God exist? Answer this. How long did God exist before he made the universe?
God exists always, right? There's no like
right.
end or
So yeah,
beginning,
same.
right? That's
You
the whole
and I have the
description
same
of God,
problem.
right?
We'll never read Shakespeare, and God never will either.
So no, nothing would start, right? So the universe wouldn't even exist, right? Because if you have a list of contingencies that goes infinitely, right? The universe itself wouldn't start because we know the universe is contingent.
I know. We're outside of the
That's the whole
universe.
point
We're just in Godland, right?
We're in Godland.
Yeah. It's just all there is God, right?
All there is God.
Yeah.
Well, that
God,
would be like a mystical view, yeah. I guess in a sense you can say that, but
yeah, it's just God and no universe, and God has an infinite number of things to do before he makes the universe. Would he ever make the universe?
Well, you just turned into a mystic. You're not an atheist anymore. I know Muslim philosophers
you don't get that this is like an internal critique I just did? Like I've been pretending to be a potatoist this whole time? I don't really believe in a potato.
No. Like, even if you want to say what you're saying right now,
really
right?
believe in a potato?
You would just end up.
I don't believe in potatoes. Honestly,
No.
I think all potatoes are just fat carrots.
What?
That's such bullshit. Maybe yams.
No.
Maybe a yam.
Okay, I believe in I
not
am.
a
I believe
fucking
I
potato.
am what I am.
Well,
The great I am.
What you believe, right?
Fuck, that's funny. Hold on, Psych. Psych. We're doing a joke. Shut up.
My bad.
Does anyone else have to add jokes to that, or can we let Venus explain why infinity exists?
I think I'm down for Venus's explanation.
Hi, Venus. You guys, Venus is amazing. Let's all say hi.
Oh my god, thank you. Hi, Sam. And hi, Sai.
Can I just say, I saw Venus. There was a guy on Wednesday who came to my live, and he sucked, and he fucking cooked me. Like, I was just like toasted by him. And then I logged off, and then he went, and Venus was on a live with that guy King or something you were talking to.
Yeah, him.
And I couldn't go to sleep. I was just listening to Venus just rip this dude apart. I don't even remember what it was about, but I stayed up like until 2 a.m. It was fucking beautiful. I was just like, this is so devastating for him, and he couldn't get it. And I was just like loving it.
Thank you. I kind of felt bad for him too. I was like, oh.
Joel had one of those today too. Like one of Joel's first flat earth or young earth guy, where I was like, at this point, it's like a mercy killing would be probably a mercy dropping, not obviously like not a real, euthanasia situation. I don't know why you brought that up, Joel, but
it's just a doll.
I don't know what doll you're talking about. Venus, though, what's the deal with infinity and regression?
So there's two ways to take it. We can go with an internal critique.
Down there.
If you suggest that infinity cannot exist, then God's existence cannot be infinite. He has to have a beginning as well. And now if we special plead and only apply infinite regress as an impossibility to the universe, then you run into the problem of actual infinities that exist in mathematics, like number lines, like the Cartesian plane. You can count to 3 without
Venus, our audience is fucking dumb. You can't just say Cartesian planes and expect these kindergartners to know what the hell you're you have to like say like think of a really
like
big
potatoes.
square.
Yeah, think about like potatoes.
I'll give a better
I'm with
example.
you. By the way, Venus, I'm with you the whole time, so keep on going. Like I'm totally
Example is
understanding.
great. The problem is everyone else is rubbing 2 brain cells together, and the friction that produces is all the thought that they have. Okay, you have to dumb it down.
I'm rubbing mine together.
I totally get it, and I totally understand all this.
I'm rubbing mine together. Nice
stuff. Everyone in chat, keep rubbing off, and Venus, just dumb it down a little for him.
So if we have an infinite number line, we know that numbers are infinite. You have a negative infinity and you have positive infinity. You can still count to 3. And this is because when we think about the universe and we think about time being infinite, it's infinite in a sense where all of our measurements of it can never fully grasp the actual beginning of time or the beginning of the number line. Like we say, tomorrow in reference of today or yesterday in reference of today, and we say 3 in reference of 0. So there's no problem with moving along in time with an infinite amount of it. You can still take 3 steps, even if the road ahead of you seems to have no end.
So is that 3 maybe a big number for Elmo? That's fucking funny. 3 is a big number. Oh, you know what? Explain it as if maybe like...
You know what? I honestly
someone was
would have
about
said
this
something
old.
so similar.
Oh my God. That kind of looks like you.
No, this is... Don't say it. This is... Don't... He doesn't want to hear
They're
that.
not even related.
Okay,
I don't like that.
Continue.
What the hell am I witnessing?
I genuinely hate everything happening
What the
right
actual?
now.
What's
If
the
you
actual?
do me a favor
It's just a
and
dumb
make
doll. It's not even a real baby.
immediately,
It's
I
not
will
a real
pay
baby?
you the $21 in my account right now.
It's a doll. It's
If
like
you'll
a
stop.
doll that. It's a type of doll you use to learn how to take care of a baby, but it's not a. Yes,
Oh,
you're just a doll.
All right, Venus,
How
go
Jesus
ahead.
was found with that boy.
Explain it to Joel Jr. Go ahead.
Okay, Joel Jr., if you are on the road and behind you is foggy, you don't know how far back it goes, and in front of you is foggy, and you don't know how far forward the road stretches, you can still take 3 steps forward, or you can take 3 steps from your previous point.
Do you understand so far?
Yes.
Okay.
What
Ooh.
the fuck?
Ness, it's never too late to leave. It's never too late.
I'm so scared. Why do you?
Let me just, because I understand what's happening, but I just want to clarify just for the chat. So Venus, like, could you also take like 4 steps or 2 if you needed to or whatever?
Maybe.
Yeah, you can take
Venus. I wasn't asking.
I'm not asking you, Joel Jr.
Wow, just calm down.
I'm asking Venus. So, like, what's the maximum amount of steps that you could take for this analogy? I understand what's happening, but just for the chat.
Infinity.
Okay. Okay. See, like, so does that explain it, Psych?
Yeah, so what I was trying to say, time would have a beginning and an end. Would you disagree, Venus?
See, the Joel Jr.
Wait,
got it. He figured it out. Yeah, I think that was a good explanation.
Venus, do you exist like the time itself would exist like till infinity, or like it has a beginning and an end?
And beyond.
Okay, what the fuck? I'm scared.
This may be controversial, but I don't think time in of itself actually exists. I think that what we call time simply relates to the progression of events, but actual time in of itself is just like hours, minutes, days, seconds. It's just kind of our invention.
I think there's 2 different kinds. I think there is an actual time that happens because we experience time dilation and we can measure for it. Like that's a real thing that shows that time is active, right? But it is so connected to space is why it happens, and like speed, right? So as far as like philosophical time, like what we are talking about, that applies to God at that point, right? Time dilation doesn't, but this philosophical, like these states of events, that kind of time does. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the whole point of God is God exists outside of time, right? So it doesn't it doesn't get bounded by time.
If you're outside of time, it just means that you're like frozen and unable to move or do anything.
No, atemporal. He acts atemporally.
Psych, I don't think anything can exist outside of time, because if you don't have time, you have no sequence of thoughts, you have no behavior, you have essentially nothing. I feel like it's very important to talk about the criteria of existence. Now, this may be a big word for Elmo, but I'm a nominalist, so I don't think that concepts exist. I think that existence is being bound by space and time. So, progressing and changing and also taking up a location. I think that's the criteria for existence. And if God doesn't meet one of those...
Are you a nominalist? Maybe. You thinking about it?
Am I bluffing?
Do you want some?
You don't believe...
Yes.
Wait, you believe space and time exist, yes?
Yes.
That's funny.
You look like Jesus found with that little. This is Jesus when they found him with that kid.
This is Joel's son, so I don't know.
Hello, Joel. I love you very much, and I want you to come and pick me up from Uncle Mezzo's house.
I know.
Wait a minute. Wait. I'm sorry.
Home with you.
Cut the cameras.
Again. Please
cut the cameras.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
I know that's.
All right. Wait. This is you pre-recorded and edited these sound bites. Play
this is how the baby showed up on my doorstep.
Oh, the baby just showed up on your doorstep.
In a in a properly packaged box with peanuts and everything like that, like those.
I'm just gonna stop asking questions before the baby comes to get me.
He was protected in the box. Like I'm not just shipping him.
Did you eat some of the peanuts?
Maybe.
Yeah, I thought you did.
Yes.
Oh.
Anyways, I think we should probably move on. You think we should move on? Maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we're daddy than you.
I know.
I just said what?
I don't like that. I don't like that thing. I'm sorry. I don't like
Get back in your box.
I don't like Joel's son. My bad.
Barely my son.
Barely. Okay, Psych. I think Venus wrecked you, so eat shit, and then let's go on to our next guest.
I'm happy to drop if you want me to, but I'd love to stay up.
I'll allow it, but only until the end of time.
Well, that's an infinite progression.
An infinite progression. I feel like people have no problem with time just going forever forward, but when you think of it going backwards, they're like, that's impossible. It's the same thing.
Unless God is there.
Yeah. All right. Collins, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm half a century old.
Oh yeah, you probably have to get it checked. I had mine checked. Right?
No, they got PTA tests now. You don't have to.
Yeah. I think most 50-year-olds have a PT Cruiser. That's kind of like a standard car for the age. What about religion? Do you believe in a God or something?
No, what I'm saying is that Einstein's whole theory got blown.
Sorry, 1 second. Are you a Christian or something?
Yeah, I do believe in Christ.
Okay. That God's make-believe. That's what we're saying.
Okay, but you guys were talking about time. And
yeah, but we did that.
Einstein talked a lot about time, and
can you invite him up here, maybe? Or
who, Einstein?
Or is he fucking dead?
Who, Einstein?
Yeah. Do you think if Einstein was alive today, he would have all the exact same beliefs that he had when he was alive? Or do you think he would have learned new things and changed his mind about stuff?
How about his mustache?
You're talking about the butterfly effect, because he had probably been using AI to just.
Can someone do a CGI of 80s Einstein? I'd like to see 80s Einstein.
At the end of his thesis and his theory, an Indian scientist pointed out to him that he did an elementary problem in his theory, and he agreed with it.
Collins, hold on. I want to hear the end of this, actually. But real quick question. Are you the type of Christian who, you believe in the Garden of Eden? Like, you think the Garden of Eden happened, like the snake talked and gave Eve a fruit and stuff like that? Like, are you that Christian?
No, do I believe in creation? Do I believe a God can speak?
The Garden of Eden? Have you ever heard of the Garden of Eden?
Yeah, if you're asking if God could speak us into existence.
No, I'm asking if a snake can talk in the Garden of Eden. Like, do you think that really happened?
No, it wasn't a snake. It was the most beautiful animal in the garden.
Well, that's a snake.
Very cunning.
A hoofed snake, right?
Okay, the point is, beloved, do you think the story in Genesis actually happened?
To a snake.
Did the beautiful snake lizard with legs talk or not?
Dinosaurs and animals that are carnivorous now, that were vegetarian before, everything changed.
So here's the thing about that, Collins. I want to learn about Albert Einstein and his thoughts, but I don't want to learn it from a guy who thinks that a snake used to be this beautiful talking creature in a secret garden. Because you sound like a lunatic who believes in fairy tales. So I want to learn about it from someone maybe Venus or Sam. Joel is probably not the right person.
I used to believe in the snake, so I'm not that reliable.
Venus, did you ever believe in the snake? Did you ever believe in the snake? Were you like a snake talk believer?
Yes.
Yeah. Sam, did you? You probably did.
No, I just thought that the garden story was really pretty and I liked reading it, but I never in my entire life
that was cute.
that was how that worked.
Damn them snakes. Screw them snakes. Sneaky as hell.
Yeah, fuck them.
Trying to slide us, trying to pull up on people.
It's pretty when you read the fake versions, but when you read the Bible, it's a pretty fucked up story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Collins, I don't think that you're the right person to teach me about Einstein, but I'd love to talk to you about the Bible if you want to chat about it.
No. This is just fact. You can check on what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'll just I'll just check it up on facts.com, and I don't need you to teach me because you're a snake talker, and I'll learn it from someone that doesn't think that happened.
Snake talker.
You think a snake talks. So I just, you're not the right person to teach this kind of stuff about time and the universe and how that came to be and stuff like that.
So basically, you use 4% of your brain. If you used 80%, you couldn't talk to animals. That's what you're saying.
Say that one more time. You're saying I use 4%.
I don't think a lack of comprehension on the part of the human is why we can't speak snake. But I'm so down to being proven wrong, though.
He's saying that that Adam and Eve used 81% of their brain.
Well, Einstein used 14% of his brain. The average.
How do you know? Like, where did you learn that from? Did he tell you that?
No, it's just studies about.
Okay, I'm going to look it up. How much of his brain did Einstein use?
Let's look up how much average human uses.
Why do people believe this stuff they see in Lucy?
I don't know.
It says the idea. Now, this is not specifically to Einstein, but it says the idea that humans only use 10% of their brain is a myth. In reality, we use virtually all parts of our brain, and most of it is active most of the time. While it's true that some areas might be more active in specific tasks, no part of the brain is completely inactive. This is great. Zena, come here.
Just add in there. Do you mean that for Christians too? Just add in there.
Please.
Zena
It
Bina.
might be different for Christians though.
Let me try this. If now we can understand Zena. Okay, Zena, can we hear you now?
Yes.
Oh, we can hear Zena now. Are you happy to be a kitty?
Maybe.
Okay.
Xena sounds a lot like Joel Jr.
Isn't that weird?
Quite.
I'm Xena, huh?
I'm not.
Beautiful, beautiful cat, man.
Yeah, she's a chubbo. Boo, 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 boo. Okay.
Just like that snake. It talks as well.
Do you think snakes can talk too? Oh.
No.
But as I was saying,
He said, bitch, put me down
the snake wasn't
now.
a snake until God cursed it to be a snake.
Do you think the snakes ever bit Adam and Eve?
Flying, beautiful, the most beautiful animal on earth at the time, before God cursed it all.
Describe it. Actually,
no, I really couldn't because
we'll try.
They don't know if dinosaurs had feathers or not because they're all like bird-like any which way.
We'll try this real
They
quick.
always do the dinosaurs with leather, but
beautiful. So now it did end up having a snaky body, right? So do you think, like, if I were to, I know this isn't going to be right, but let's just do our best to kind of come up with what you're talking about. So it's got like a snake body, but it has legs and wings because it was flying about. So let's see if
okay. Well, let's go back to where God put weeds and thistles on everything.
Yeah, thistles. Hold on, let me get the feet.
Why do roses have thistles?
Is it just roses, or did everything have it?
No, the Bible.
Well, roses have thorns. A thistle is a different thing.
I gotta make its like jaw more chiseled, maybe. What do you guys? How do you make the most beautiful creature? Like a more,
Give it some really dreamy eyes.
They're thinking snake-like there.
Oh, that'll do.
I think it needs a nose ring. Yeah.
Maybe it's got butterfly wings with
I love that.
a small body.
Coming off the
can't
back.
imagine what it would have been.
And the butterflies are gonna have like these patterns,
Yeah,
because it looks like an ear without the patterns.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Don't say that.
Never say that. Never talk about ears.
Exactly 6, which
The
is
face
the
is taking
number
me
of
out.
man, right?
Any hair? You were saying feathers,
That is
maybe, or
one
something?
tranquil motherfucker.
Chris Ghost got what I was originally going for. Chris Ghost knows you know. I think we're past it, but we did try. Okay, what about hair or feathers? What kind of top? Actually, I mean, I guess like, was it like this is one of God's creatures?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the idea, Collins?
No, I thought you were asking everybody else. This has become the mockery for me.
Like, do you think it would have like strong features?
This is. I mean, you're not really an artist, and have you ever watched?
That's rude. That's
He's trying his best.
He's not really an artist. What?
There are tons of different alien species that they believe could exist and different stuff, you know.
We'll give it a big beefy Trogdor arm. Why not?
Nice.
Okay, let's put it this way. There were no carnivores before Adam sinned.
Okay. So what did it eat?
Fruit.
Okay.
Or anything.
I'll give it a banana.
There you go.
Do you know bananas were made specifically?
It's actually a really well drawn banana.
I'm better with those shapes.
Ah.
And then maybe a halo. Was this an angel being?
No, that's the Satan character. That's the Leviathan.
Wasn't Satan an angel?
Oh, that's true.
He was until he wasn't.
Would he have an angel halo or not?
I'm not answering this anymore.
I don't like this anymore. I'm not having fun about this anymore.
I'm just straight up guy.
I just lost all my will to play with you guys.
I don't want to make it like rude or anything, but I feel like if it's going to be like this perfect being,
I don't even like that.
Holy shit!
Now it's nice, right? Now you're back
Yeah,
in.
that's how I wake up in the morning, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wait,
I'm not saying I'm not perfect.
It worked.
I feel like you just woke up right now.
Hell yeah. It's rare that at this point we bring them back in. Usually this is when they leave. You were about to leave.
Wait.
You were about to leave and you came running back for the dick. I love it.
At eating a banana, but then you get the hard cock with a hook in it, and now you're back.
I'm holding his ear for a screen grab for everybody. If you guys want to make this your the background art of your phone, this is your chance to get it. And this is who was it?
That was Leviathan.
It was Leviathan. I thought it was Satan.
Was that 2 wrinkles on his dick?
One wrinkle, one vein.
1 wrinkle and 1 vein. Okay. So
I don't even want to answer. A cock.
Older of a being, right?
I mean, if it looked like that, I would listen to it too. I would listen to that thing if it told me anything.
I have the perfect name for it. All right, there we go.
Bro sends you a WYD text in the middle of the night. What you doing?
All right. Good night, everybody. I think that's right. All right, Collins, thank you so much for having fun.
Look, enjoy.
Thanks for having a big old morning wood.
God does love you guys all. And
Come on.
no, I'm saying that's true.
No, you're making that up. That's a claim.
Hold on. Did he say that?
I did say that. I did. say that.
Did God did he tell you that?
No. God is love.
Was God talking about us?
No, I think we were talking about him and actually making fun of him.
Isn't gossiping a sin? Why is God gossiping about us to you?
God, do you love us?
No.
He has a crush. It's just that he has a crush.
I have a crush.
God, we're talking about God, Colin.
God, did you command the slaughter of the Amalekite babies?
Yes.
Whoa, fast answer.
Ooh.
All right. Well,
that's
I guess we're going to be wrapping up there. Collins, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for being our last guest. Wait, who else is in here? It's just Eli. We don't need that. Okay, I had to mute Eli. He was being so annoying in the comments. That guy is so annoying.
You can't spam Eli. You can't just spam, let me up, let me up, let me up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Our guests tonight have been Venus. Venus, are you going live somewhere after this? It's like 9 a.m. of Tuesday on July 12th for you, isn't it? You're in like a different time zone?
No, it's 5 p.m. on Saturday.
5 p.m. on a Saturday?
Yup.
But I mean, should we like go to, who's live?
Who is live? I'm going live, but in an hour after I do my makeup.
Okay, so do you want to cam up right now so we can see a before and after?
Oh, hell day. Oh, hell day.
In the meantime, we have Cyber Deconstruction is on. It's deconstructing Christianity. Fuck. And so that's where we'll go. And Board Agnostic is on. Sometimes I don't see Board, but there's a Board. It's weird. Like sometimes I see people and sometimes I don't. I think it depends on if they're the host or not, I guess. But Board and Cyber are on, and Venus will be live in about an hour. Sam, when are you live next? Or are you completely done going live forever on TikTok?
Maybe.
You are?
Oh my gosh. Someone please take the soundboard away from this man. I'll probably be live in like sometime, like some egregious time tomorrow night.
Okay, so in like 20 hours from now?
Approximately.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then Joel, are you going tomorrow?
That's incorrect. I am not going live till Tuesday.
Are you, Joel, are you plugged in? Do you want to play a baby song, or are you
I am not plugged in.
It's okay. Well, I'll just plug the songs. Joel has can I say a fuck ton of new tunes that are all children's songs from Bible. So he's got a song about pimping out Sarah. He's got a song about, give us a few other, what other songs do you have?
I got a song about Canaan being cursed because Ham saw daddy's penis. The Lot's daughters.
That's why you got rid of Joel Jr., isn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just like, stop looking at it,
But he's like, it's too pretty.
I don't know how to, like, it's just weird.
It is nice. It is good though, yeah.
It is nice. Yeah, it is
nice.
And then the Lot's daughters, sexual assault on Lot.
Classic.
A beautiful wedding song about Rachel and Leah and Jacob. Yeah, so there's a bunch of different ones.
All right, so you got Venus tonight, Sam tomorrow night, me again Sunday morning for Atheist Sunday School. Probably, although possibly not. That's always a maybe for me. Just depends on how everyone feels when I wake up in the morning. And then Joel Tuesday night featuring some of the new tunes. But I'm tired for now, so let's wrap it up. Thank you everyone for being here. If anyone has anything else they got to say, go ahead.
Well, thanks for having me up, Mezzo. I'm going to drop so I can speed run my makeup and go live.
Okay.
I hope to see some of you guys there and have a lovely night.
Maybe I'll do
it. Good night, Venus.
Bye, Joel, Mezzo, and Sam, and Mezzo Jr.
Goodbye. Thanks for being here. Venus is great. Yeah, it really was just every now and then, at this far in, like I've heard most of like enough arguments to just be an atheist, I think. But every now and then you hear someone just like shred someone like on shit that I've heard before, but like she was delivering it in a way where I was like, holy fuck, this guy is getting just wasted. It was really, really funny and just really like really sad for him. It was really great. I love it.
That sounds really, really fun. But never, like just a future thing. Never admit that anyone cooked you.
I get cooked.
No, never admit that.
No.
I get cooked all the time. You know what happens? I'm the kind of guy who, like, for the sake of argument, I'll be like, okay, I accept deism is true. So now let's prove it's the potato god. And then, like...
oh my gosh, really?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Really?
I mean, hey, he was the one who invited me up here, so...
Oh my gosh.
Nobody knows Nobody knows that.
Hold on 1 second.
You can't confirm.
Joel's just going to drop off this baby at our doorstep. Fucking lame.
My goodness.
I don't know. What do you want to do, Eli?
Well, I know it's pretty late. I actually earlier wanted to, but you guys kicked me before I could say it, but I wanted to kind of talk about the Trinity and how it's logical.
Do you know why we kick you and mute you and stuff?
I could probably guess.
Okay.
My eccentric personality, my
It's because you're
charisma.
smarter than us and you have better ideas than us. We don't want to look stupid. Can you stop coming around because you're making us look bad?
No, all right. Hey,
Do you
I'm
believe
very
in a
humble.
talking snake too? In Einstein, the talking snake?
Who's Einstein?
The snake from the Garden of Eden.
His name's Satan.
Yeah, but you believe there was a talking snake?
I think no.
Yeah. The Old Testament's nuts, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess
think it's like all allegory, right?
Yeah. But if you do want to talk about the Trinity,
I don't care about the Trinity.
No, okay. But do you think if the Trinity was logical, would you believe in Christianity? Would be my question.
No.
What would turn you to be Christian?
Oh, okay. So there's a few things.
Sam, I would love to hear from Sam too.
Yeah, I would have to be able to like test it. Like my skepticalness is going to interfere with my faith, right? So it would have to be something where I go, let's test a prayer out and see it work consistently, right? Like that kind of thing would totally work. And something that can't be explained otherwise. So like I have people pray to open my garage sometimes and it doesn't work. But if it did, I wouldn't all of a sudden be like, Christianity. I would be like, okay, well, let me see. Did my wife open the garage? Does someone else have the beep? Is my kid fucking with the thing in the car? Like I would check first. But if it wasn't any of those, and then I go, let's try it again. Dear God, please close the garage. And it went down. Like if something like that started happening, I would be like swayed.
So Mezzo,
super swayed.
Mezzo, would you say that? Oh, and Sam, I want to hear from you too.
So Eli,
The exact same thing that Mezzo just said. Wait,
Eli,
but also I have to ask. Oh, sorry, Mezzo.
Just the thing of mispronouncing names is like a joke that like my friends do with me. I don't give you that authority.
Oh, wait, how do you pronounce your name? I'm sorry.
It's Mezzo.
Oh, Mezzo. Sorry.
Yeah, my friends call me Meat Zo, but just do Mezzo. Yeah. Sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
No worries. I was just asking, so earlier you were gnawing at the bars of your enclosure in an attempt to get up. What the fuck is going on?
Joel's trying to sabotage the live.
Oh, I see. Okay. And I just have to ask, was the reason that you were clawing at the guest requests, screaming and shouting from the rooftops, and tap dancing upon your virtual soapbox was for an interview session? He
wanted to talk about the Trinity.
I wanted to talk about the Trinity, but they kicked me before I can even talk about it.
Yeah, so somebody can be 3 people. Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
Sam, I want to know why you reject Christianity.
Here's why the Trinity's fine for me. I'm a father.
Wait,
and
Sam.
I'm a live streamer, and I'm a husband. I have different jobs, right? That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. I'm a brother. I'm not a father yet, but
Do you want a baby? I have a baby looking for a dad.
You have kids? I didn't know you had kids.
No, it's Joel's kid.
Why is Joel's kid at your house?
He left him here, and
Isn't he
have
asleep?
been babysitting. Yeah, he's asleep over here now. But like, don't you want it?
Wait,
Joel's not coming back. Oh, Matea, welcome in. How old is your religion?
Wait, you're talking about that doll?
Yeah, that's Joel Jr.
Bro, what is this, man? Is this some voodoo shit?
Hello?
Matea, are you there?
Do you hear me okay, or am my audio bad?
Yeah, welcome in. Sam, run. All right, Matea, do you believe in the Trinity?
What is that?
I know it to be one of the Christian theories, but it's not the whole
see,
truth.
Eli, you're gonna have to convince this guy. He doesn't believe in the Trinity.
Okay, so here's my view. What's that music in the background?
It's just because the live is ending. You gotta like do it fast.
Okay. Bro, is anyone here?
Yeah, I'm
the
here.
only one here.
I'm here.
Monarchical Trinitarianism is the position I hold. I'm just.
Go ahead, Eli.
Bro, I can't even hear myself. Get down. Dude, shut that off.
Go ahead. I can hear you just fine. Go ahead.
So monarchical Trinitarianism is going to lead to the belief, because the Father is not nominal, which means you can count that, so it's only one, and Jesus and the Holy Spirit is predicative, right? So it's the Trinity is one God, three persons, one is nominal, two is predicative. Does that make sense?
Somewhat. I think like you're on the right track.
Yo, Mezzo, are you able to? I mean, I love the music, but
it's
kind of turned down a bit.
It's too loud, and I can't hear you. But I fuck with the music.
The way I like to think of it is the Trinity is like a male genital.
Right.
I think of the penile part of it, the wiener, the weenus. That's kind of like Jesus. You know, Jesus. Well, let's start with the balls. Balls are like God, the Father, but the balls have all that come in them. So they're like the source of life, you know. And then the weenus is like Jesus, the Son, because he goes into the sloppy, wet world and like, you know, tries to like make it come or whatever. And then the semen is like the Holy Spirit, because that's what goes and attaches to other things, and like that's what spreads everywhere, and is a complete mess.
Matea, did you have a counter response for that?
I get what he's saying overall.
Yeah, this is a Trinity, you know.
But like at the same time, like I like what you were saying at the end there, like in terms of like the Sun, Venus.
God's a dick.
And then you threw
the Mateo. God's a dick.